In the Manhattan skyline and in our hearts. Many lives were lost, but much was discovered about America's compassion, resilience, and strength. Tonight, from Citi Field, with our national pastime as the backdrop, we recall the events of that day and all that has transpired since.
There has been healing over time. Begun that very morning. With so much sacrifice and courage on display. Lining the road to recovery, our game, our pastime, a relief from our sadness, a reminder of America's greatness. Not a cure, but a comfort. We can return to normal. We can. And we will. Ten years later, the fallen are honored. And will be remembered forever.
On this very emotional day, the 10-year anniversary of the attacks on September the 11th, 2001, ceremonies all around Major League Baseball at so many different ballparks where games were hosted today, including Washington, D.C., of course, so close to where the Pentagon is, the attack on September the 11th, 2001. Pittsburgh, 81 miles away from Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where Flight 93 crashed. And St. Petersburg, Florida, the home of the Rays, all around, every ballpark around North America today, there were ceremonies honoring those who died, first responders, and everyone who was affected by the events of that terrible tragedy 10 years ago. Here at Citi Field, moments ago, a just completed and extremely moving ceremony involving, again, family members of those who died in the World Trade Center attacks, first responders, firefighters, police officers, Port Authority, paramedics, and so forth, and members of the 2001 New York Mets, John Franco, throwing out the first pitch to Mike Piazza here at Citi Field. Hi, everyone. I'm Dan Schulman, and welcome to Sunday Night Baseball here on ESPN, coming to you live from Citi Field. Such an emotional day from the moment the day began right through the night, all across America, but nowhere more so than here in New York City, where so many of those perished on September the 11th, 2001. I am joined by a man who was here, who was involved, Bobby Valentine. You were the manager of the Mets in 2001. You took your team to ground zero. You were front and center in the relief efforts. Your team played the first professional sporting event in this city after the attacks on September the 21st. 10 years later, today, what is on your mind? What is in your heart?
Well, my heart's still heavy because I know there's a lot of healing that still needs to be done. But I remember being in the hotel room watching the events with my wife. I remember trying to get my team in safety and bringing them to a hotel in rural Pennsylvania and driving back to New York and seeing the first time the skyline in New York covered with this black smoke that we could smell even though we're in New Jersey and not New York. And I remember the fear and the tears. I remember the agony. I remember the hearts that were broken and the families that were distressed. But I also remember the giving and the charity and the love and the way people came together to do the right thing together, to help people, to make things better because they knew that they had gotten really bad. And I remember never being more proud of being a member of a team, being an American, than I was in those days after 9/11.
And that is a story that we will endeavor to tell to the best of our abilities tonight, in addition to recalling the events of that terrible day 10 years ago. A number of former Mets will join us tonight. Todd Zeile, John Franco, Mike Piazza will all be in the booth with us here on this 10th anniversary of 9/11. A baseball game coming your way as well. The Cubs and the Mets coming up when we come back. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Welcome to Citi Field here in Queens, here in New York City. The Cubs and the Mets wrapping up this series on a very emotional night for so many of the people who are here in this ballpark tonight, so many of them affected by the terrible tragedy 10 years ago. They have come, as they did many years ago, perhaps, for a bit of a diversion. They have come to watch a baseball game here tonight as their Mets take on the Chicago Cubs. Welcome back. Dan Schulman to Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser. Let's talk a little bit of baseball right now. The Mets, through all their problems and their injuries and their financial concerns, have played really hard, and in the minds of some have overachieved and have done well to be where they are. What about going into the offseason? What's their big decision?
Well, they have a very big decision with the most exciting player in baseball, guy leading the league in excitement and in hitting, Jose Reyes. He's a free agent. He's their shortstop. He's their switch hitter, and he's been injured. He's been injured too often for them to be secure that a long-term contract is something that they will give him. So they have to commit or non-commit, and this is a very special player they must decide on.
The visitors, the Chicago Cubs, have had a very disappointing season. They are well under 500. A team that spends a lot of money, was expected to contend. Not a lot has gone right, but the guy we're going to see on the mound, Matt Garza, has certainly pitched well recently.
Yeah, at 27 years old. He's been a first-round draft pick. He's been an ALC MVP. He's thrown a no-hitter. Now he is the ace of the Chicago Cubs, and this is a pitching staff that's in shambles. They need his leadership. They need him to be the guy that he has been so far in his last couple starts. He has 6 no decisions when he's left the game with a lead. He's thrown a complete game loss at 1-0. So at 8 and 10, he is not the pitcher that you see. This guy is their ace. He is their leader for next year, and he needs to continue to grow, especially emotionally, to lead this staff into the future.
All right, Earl, thank you. Well, one of the things we were expecting tonight was that members of the New York Mets would be wearing commemorative hats, or at least hats honoring the fire department, the police department, emergency medical services, much as they did under Bobby Valentine 10 years ago in the wake of the attacks. Pre-game, the New York Mets were wearing those hats, but an edict apparently came down from Major League Baseball just a couple of hours ago saying that during the game, the players were not allowed or are not allowed to wear those hats and must wear their regular New York Met caps. For more, let's go down to the field level now and join Buster Olney. Buster?
Dan, that edict came down before the season started. And about 10 days ago, a member of the Mets organization told me that the Mets contacted Major League Baseball and asked if they could wear the hats from the fire department and from the New York City Police, and they were told no. Basically, Major League Baseball doesn't want to be put in a situation where they're picking and choosing about which hats are worn on a given day. They consider the hats to be sacrosanct. The Mets players talked about wearing the hats anyway, but they decided in the end, because the organization was facing a heavy fine, to wear the Major League Baseball sanctioned hats.
All right, Buster, thank you. So they take the field in their normal caps as we get ready for baseball here tonight at Citi Field with the Cubs and the Mets trying to wrap up this 3-game series. Each team has won a game already by identical 5-4 scores. And on the mound tonight, or for the New York Mets, a well-traveled fella, a guy playing for his 10th different organization, Miguel Batista.
And Miguel will have an emotional night also. He was an active player in 2001 when the attacks happened, and he has remembrances also of exciting times and remembrances of the people that were the first responders, and also in talking to him as a very emotional night, and he is so glad to be on the mound tonight to bring some normalcy back.
Let's take a look now at the starting lineup for the visiting Chicago Cubs, presented by Taco Bell. And Mike Quade is playing some of the kids right now, with the Cubs long since out of contention. Starlin Castro leading the National League in hits on the season. Tony Campana's in center field. Brian LaHare, 28 years old but limited Major League experience, gets a start in left field tonight. He's been swinging the bat well. Carlos Pena at first base. Tyler Colvin in right field. DJ LeMahieu is the third baseman tonight, batting 6th. Rookie Darwin Barney in second base, batting 7th. Coy Hill will do the catching, and pitching into batting 9th is Matt Garza. Some of the younger players in this game, just kids when 9/11 happened 10 years ago. Others, older players like Miguel Batista, as Oral mentioned, he was a pitcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks. So he was here in New York during the World Series against the Yankees back in 2001, and he certainly will never forget it. We'll tell the stories of many of the people who are in this ballpark tonight, and as mentioned, some former Mets and players of Bobby's for the Mets back in 2001. Todd Zeile, John Franco, and Mike Piazza will join us tonight. You were down on the set with Bob Lee and Mike Piazza, and Mike, as you suspected he might, got very, very emotional as Bob was talking to him.
Yeah, Mike hit a home run that separated that particular game on September 21st from any other game played in a New York Met uniform. And the people that he touched, the ones that he'd never met, as well as those who he did met, make Mike very emotional when he thinks of it.
Ready for baseball here at Citi Field. Starlin Castro to lead it off against Miguel Batista. And we are underway with the first pitch strike. Castro, just 21 years of age, hitting over 300 on the season and working on an 11-game hitting streak right now. And Batista quickly jumps out in front 0-2.
This is a young player who's leading the National League in hits, Dan, and has such a calm approach at the plate as though he's been doing it for 21 years and he's only 21 years of age.
The 0-2 bounce down to third, backs up David Wright a step. One down. Defensively, the New York Mets ranked second from the bottom of the National League. Only the Cubs have committed to more errors. Jason Abey, Angel Pagan, Lucas Duda in right field tonight. David Wright, Jose Reyes on the left side of the infield. Ruben Tejada and Nick Evans at first base tonight. Ronnie Paulino will do the catching for Miguel Batista.
David Wright's at third base. He knows that Tony's one of the fastest players in the league. He'll be playing in. Had a 2-error night last night. Was really the exception to the rule. He's an exceptional defensive player.
The batter now is Tony Campana, young outfielder. Tremendous speed, as Bobby mentioned. Reyes knows it, rushes it, and gets him by a couple of steps, 2 down. So a couple of quick outs for Batista here in the top of the first against the Cubs. And the batter was going to be Brian LaHare. I don't know if you call him a young man. He's almost 29. Played a little bit for Seattle in 2008. He's getting a chance now with the Cubs. He's been up about a week and is tearing the cover off the ball. And as Mike Quaddy told us before the game, he said, well, who cares if he's not 22? Who cares if he's 28? It's an unusual story that he's trying to write, but he's trying to prove that he's not a so-called 4A player. Too good for AAA, maybe not quite good enough for the majors. Or he's trying to prove he belongs up here.
You know, around baseball, you call this a career minor leaguer getting a shot, and you see the minor league numbers were outstanding with 38 home runs, 109 RBIs. And remember, that's a shorter season than a big league season.
As you saw, the Pacific Coast League MVP, a natural first baseman. But with Carlos Pena on the team, Mike Quaddy wants to get LaHare in as much as he can, so he's already had him out at left field and right field this week. Pulled foul, 1-2.
I was really interested to see him in person because we didn't get a whole lot of scouting from him except for the minor league and then a little bit from watching baseball tonight as he's gotten some hits. But to watch him here tonight for 4 at-bats and to see what he brings to the game will be very interesting.
Well, the Mets really have an advanced scouting report that they should throw him inside with fastballs, throw him breaking balls that go in off the plate, and then maybe get him out with something slow and away once they speed him up inside.
Pops one up down the left field line, but this will get back out of play.
Tell you what, they really do know how he swings the bat because you look where Evans is playing at first right down the line, Bob. You'd think it was a 7th inning or later and a tie game or a 1-run lead for the Mets. They're guarding the line. They know that he pulls the ball on the ground. When you think about in 2 strikes, you might be bouncing a breaking ball. He's been there for the whole at bat.
The 1-2. And breaking ball down and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes on LaHare.
And if you look down the other side, they think he's going to pull the ball completely. Look where David Wright is, how far he is off the third base bag. Jose Reyes really shaded up the middle.
Pulls another one foul.
They're staying in. They're staying with the scout report, Earl. They're playing him to pull. They're pitching him to pull. They get him out. With anything away, it's got to be something that's in the dirt very slow or something very hard up to give the left fielder time to run over underneath the high fly ball. Terry Collins knows the report, even though the young man hasn't been in the big leagues very often. Word gets around.
Rips a ball to deep right field. And it's going to be off the wall on the fly. LaHare is on his way to second base and in there with a double that he earned. A good at bat.
I'll tell you what, the first thing I notice about this young man, or I should say middle-aged man in baseball, is that
he's got a short, quick swing. And it might be the fact that he doesn't have the most athletic-looking body or stride as he runs this double out, but you watch, ball down the middle, he makes him pay on the mistake, but look how short and compact the swing is. Good separation, quick to the ball, firm front side, as Bobby always points out on the great swings, and very good balance. And he drove that ball a long way because, remember, this place plays big. That's a home run, 90% of the big league stadiums.
LaHare is now 8 for 17 since the Cubs brought him up. Here's Carlos Pena. Big swing and a miss, 0-1.
Well, the pitch that he hit looked like the pitch they were staying away from the entire at-bat, the fastball out over the plate. They were trying to crowd him with a fastball, throwing breaking balls inside. They rushed one up and away, but that last ball that was hit, good hitters hit mistakes, and that was a mistake right down the middle.
And perhaps LaHare will be given a chance to be the Cubs' first baseman next year, especially if Carlos Pena is not retained. He's up at the end of the season, just signed a one-year deal with the Cubs. And now he drills a ball to deep right field. Also off the wall on the fly. LaHare in to score. Pena takes advantage of the big carom, and he'll be into third base with an RBI triple.
You get it towards the middle of the plate, whether it's a fastball to LaHare or a breaking ball to Pena. The Cubs right now, right off the top of the bat, are not letting him get away with any mistakes. First two hitters get out. That's the ball to LaHare, up and slightly out over the plate. And this, a breaking ball almost in the same exact place and almost hit in the same exact place. The 3-4 hitters of the Cubs put a tally on the board.
Third triple of the season for Pena, RBI number 75. LaHare in to score after his double, and here's Tyler Colvin. Colvin in right field tonight, a young man who hit 20 home runs for the Cubs a year ago. But this year struggled early, sent down to the minors, recently brought back, but as you can see, hitting just a .147. And he's popped it up. Inning over. The Cubs strike early and lead 1-0 through half an inning here at Citi Field. Some powerful shots from Queens, the borough in which we are right now here at Citi Field. Throughout Queens, the memory of 9/11 is painted brightly. You saw Engine 289 Ladder 138, known as the Corona Tigers. That station just 2 miles from Citi Field. We'll be taking a look at life with respect to 9/11 in all 5 boroughs over the course of the evening. To the bottom of the first here at Citi Field, the Cubs lead the Mets 1-0. Sunday night baseball on ESPN. And here come the Mets as they try to win this series. Each team has 1-1 so far. The Mets hoping to finish at the 500 mark on the season. They are 3 games under right now at 71 and 74. Jose Reyes will lead it off against Matt Garza. Reyes is the leading hitter in the National League right now, hitting .333. And no New York Met has ever won a batting title.
They've never thrown a no-hitter, never had a batting title. Jose's going for one of the duo.
We'd have a story if he threw a no-hitter.
You know, and he's playing about 75%,
Yep.
Dan. He's not running as hard, so the stolen base championship is out of realm, but he could still get the triples crown.
Lines it into right field. That's a base hit. That'll help that batting average a little bit. Let's check out the starting lineup now for the New York Mets. Presented by Taco Bell. You have seen Reyes. Ruben Tejada will bat second and play second tonight. Lucas Duda, a hot hitter in right field, batting third. David Wright, the third baseman, hitting cleanup. Angel Pagan in center field, batting fifth. And another hot hitter, Jason Bay, in left field. Nick Evans at first base, batting seventh. Ronnie Polina will catch. And Miguel Batista on the mound. Here is Tejada. A young player getting a big chance to play here in the late stages of the 2011 season, whether it was at short when Reyes was out or at second now that Reyes is back. Makes it inside, ball one, and the feeling, Bobby, is that Tejada is going to be a starter for the New York Mets next year. It's just a question of whether or not Reyes is back that will determine if he's the shortstop or the second baseman.
Exactly, Dan. He'll be at shortstop if Jose isn't here, and he'll be at second if he is. He handles the bat very well. He's still a very young player who's learning at the major league level.
Pops it up back of first. A long run for Barney, who makes a sliding catch in foul territory. On the mound tonight for the Chicago Cubs, Bulldog Matt Garza.
And Matt has won 2 consecutive starts. He's starting to look like the ace we talked about in the open. He's had 6 starts where he's left the game with a lead, so don't let that 8-10 record fool you. He also has a 1-0 loss, a complete game. But his pitch this year that has really changed him is his wipeout slider. The slider has really become his out pitch.
Here's Lucas Duda, the right fielder for the Mets tonight, hitting .281 on the season and hot lately. First pitch swinging, fly ball center field. Campana 2 down.
Dan, Darwin Barney got a very good jump on the pop fly from Tejada and went into foul territory knowing the fast runner is on first base, Reyes, and as he slides to make this catch, he comes up throwing quickly just in case Reyes is tagging up and having second thoughts about getting to second base. Darwin Barney's a complete ball player. Mike Quaddy thinks he got a little worn down here late in the season. His bat has slowed up a little, but he plays the game the way you want a young player to play.
David Wright, the batter, takes down an in ball one. The Cubs lead 1-0. Runner at first, 2 down for the Mets here in the bottom of the first. And here's Wright, who lost so much time due to injury this season, a stress fracture in his back. Came back and was National League Player of the Week a week ago. Lays off the breaking ball. 2-0.
They really played David DePaul in the infield. We talked about different ways that the Mets were playing their infield. DePaul right here, David being played around to the left side.
And the outfield made an adjustment after two balls, no strikes, with Campana moving from right center field to straight up. So now they have a straight-up alignment in the outfield where David really peppers that right center field alley on fastballs, especially someone who throws as hard as Garza does.
Let's see if Terry Collins turns him loose. Inside, ball 4. So 2 on with 2 out here in the bottom of the first, and Garza now will have to deal with Angel Pagan, the Mets center fielder. Pagan, a guy who had a big year for the Mets a year ago, has not been able to reproduce those numbers, hitting .263. Does have terrific speed, 30 stolen bases on the season. And a strike. The Mets, of course, lost Daniel Murphy for so much time, lost David Wright for so much time. Ike Davis, the first baseman, out with a bone bruise in his ankle for several months. Reyes was on the DL twice. Among the many injuries that they have suffered, yet they are still a very respectable 6th in the National League in runs scored.
And at the trading deadline, of course, trading away one of their most consistent offensive players, Carlos Beltran, who went to San Francisco and came up lame there.
A deal that didn't work out for the Giants as Arizona, although they lost today, the Diamondbacks running away with the National League West, 8.5 up. Reyes at second, right at first, 2 down. And a ball and 2 strikes on Pagan.
Now, don't be surprised if Garza doesn't go to that slider with a left-handed hitter up there. There's only one other slider in Major League Baseball in 2 strike counts that gets more strikeouts, and that's CC Sabathia, and that's left on left. So left-handed hitters against Matt Garza's right-handed slider, he's very effective with it.
Down and in.
Well, left that one a little bit too far out over the plate, and Pagan lines it into the right field corner. 1 run in to score. Wright will be held at third on the double by Pagan that has tied the game.
That's great, Earl, where you know the right pitch at the right time, but it's still executing the pitch into the right place.
And one thing that happens with big league hitters, they read the scouting report, they know exactly what we know, and when they know that, they are green lighted, they read the pitch, and if you make a mistake, sometimes they hit it more often. And what you need to do is throw the slider that they expect, but you put it in a hard place to hit. 2 different ways to pitch. Tell them what's coming and throw it in a hard place to hit, or mix them up and they don't know what's coming, make it hard to hit.
RBI number 54 on the season for Pagan. He's just 2 back of the team leader. The guy at the plate right now, Jason Bay, has 56, and he has been hot lately after struggling mightily for most of the season. Bay is on a tear right now, as you can see.
He has been so Jekyll and Hyde this year. He's been so hot and then so cold. He's hit 150 for 3 weeks and 450 for 3 weeks. Very difficult to plan around a guy who's been as unpredictable as Jason Bay.
A little bit inside, 2 balls and a strike. We should say that Bay is the leader on the team in RBIs among those currently with the team. Beltran had more, no longer with the team, but you know, they expected bigger numbers from a number of guys. Takes it low, 3 balls and a strike. So if they could turn all those Hydes into consistent Jekylls and keep them healthy, maybe there's something here, right?
Well, he'd also go back up in the order, right, Bobby? The guys that are inconsistent like this have to hit from the 5th hole down.
Exactly. But there are a lot of parts out there. They just don't blend together very well.
Takes the walk, and the bases are loaded. So a frustrating start to the night for Garza. He's given up 2 hits, 2 walks, and a run already, trying to win his 3rd consecutive start. His biggest problem this year has been leaving with leads and the bullpen not holding them. He's only got 8 wins on the season, but he's pitched a whole lot better than that. Now, it looks like either Coy Hill or Carlos Pena said something maybe to loosen him up a little bit. And you know what, Orel, with the the emotion that Matt Garza has on the mound, that might not be the worst thing.
He has a burning fire within him, and it usually builds into anger that can really sabotage his outings, and they were out there on top of it right there. He's a little frustrated from a double with the slider that's normally an out pitch to a lefty. It looks like the meeting has composed him. It's a better look in his eyes right now.
Nick Evans, the batter. And a fastball right down the middle for a strike. Evans again with Ike Davis out. Getting a chance to play a lot. He's at first base, hitting .270 on the season. Garza stuff oral ace material?
Oh, I think it definitely is. I think the emotions are the thing that you wait for to grow. He's 4 games under 500 in his career, but that's not all attributed to him. He's played for some teams that have not scored him many runs, and a bullpen that has really let him down.
A little bit low, ball 2.
That's a pitch right there in the present tense that he has to shake off. He had the disappointment coming into this at bat. Looked like the first 3 pitches he squared away. Now he gets squeezed a little bit on a 1-1 pitch, take it to 2-1. He's got to stay here focused in the present tense and execute the pitch.
Ball 3.
Hasn't made the adjustment with his fastball away from the third base side of the ball zone. He should be trying to hit that outside corner to right-handers. The ball might be coming back to the middle of the plate a little more, but at least he'd get a strike and not get behind as he is right here.
To right field, and backing up to make the catch is Colvin. Garza gets out of it, allowing just 1 run as the Mets leave him loaded in the bottom of the first. The George Washington Bridge, how you get from New Jersey back into Manhattan. And as you cross the bridge, all of a sudden the skyline of Manhattan becomes visible. And this was a drive that Bobby Valentine and the New York Mets took on the afternoon of September the 12th, 2001. The Mets had been in Pittsburgh on 9/11. Games were canceled. The next day, you and the team, Bobby, bust back to New York City. What are your thoughts? What are your recollections?
Well, the recollections were just as my wife was remembering with me today, that we were about 5 miles from the bridge when we first got to our first sight across the river to Manhattan, and the entire skyline of Manhattan was covered with this black soot. And as we approached the bridge, the smell of whatever it was that was burning permeated the entire bus. Everyone was totally silent. Everyone was people were crying, and there was a silent ride from that point on the bridge to Shea Stadium, 30 minutes away. We got into our cars, and everyone went home to what they felt was the safe place.
Now, like everyone else, you and your team had been watching everything that was going on television while you were in Pennsylvania, but just the the stark reality of seeing it in person just took it to a whole other level, right?
Smelling it. Yeah. You were there. It was part of you all of a sudden, rather than being a television show that you were watching or someone reliving it over the phone to you. You were now inside of it rather than outside of it.
As you look down to Lower Manhattan now tonight, a live shot, and we saw this last night, tribute in light. Lights going up from the footprints of where the two buildings of the World Trade Center stood, and this is the live shot of the World Trade Center site where it was officially unveiled for family members of those who died on 9/11. The two reflecting pools and the footprints of the two buildings, and well under construction, now 80 stories high with many more to come, is One World Trade Center, which will be a building that is taller than either of the two former buildings there, the two towers were. It will symbolically be 1,776 feet. And Oral, you were talking about how business is coming back at Lower Manhattan, population is coming back. There's really been incredible work done down there.
Population has actually tripled since September 11th. And I'll tell you what, Bobby, how is that drive now when you come over the bridge now?
I can't make the drive without having to step right back into that moment on the 12th of September when we drove back. Sometimes you almost could taste it on your tongue that the smell is ever with you.
Dan Shulman and Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser, Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, the 10-year anniversary of 9/11. And Bobby, as we have mentioned, was the manager of the Mets 10 years ago on September the 11th, 2001. I know one of the first things you did when you got back to New York City is you got the New York Mets very involved in relief efforts. Can you tell us a little bit what you recall about what happened on the 13th, 14th, 15th, and so on?
Well, actually, I had a good friend who was on the 101st floor or 104th floor of Building 2, Chris Quackenbush, who was missing after the first day that we returned. And I got in my car.
Barney grounds one to short, and the Mets will turn the double play.
And I was going to go down to ground zero to see if I could help with the rescue effort. And on the way, I heard on the radio that Shea Stadium was now going to be a spot for supplies to be dropped off and then delivered to ground zero. And instead of going into Manhattan, I wound up at Shea Stadium, where Sue Lucci and Kevin McCarthy, the stadium operations managers, were in full gear, unloading and packing and stacking and delivering supplies of medical supplies and water supply and T-shirts and jeans. And it was the most phenomenal human resource combine and a spontaneous combine that I ever witnessed. There were people from all over the country driving in with their cars full of T-shirts and gauze pads and food and shoes and socks, and it went on and on. And by 3 days later, we had what looked like an outdoor Home Depot of supplies that we kept running back and forth in these small vehicles that could navigate the south part of Manhattan.
Coy Hill grounds out, and the inning is over. We will go to the bottom of the second. More thoughts from our friend Bobby Valentine and what went on in the aftermath of 9/11, the involvement that he and the Mets had outside Shea Stadium and down at ground zero as well when we come back. And welcome back to Citi Field here in New York. Dan Schulman to Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell on ESPN. The Cubs and the Mets are tied at 1. So many memories as you look around this ballpark. You can't help but notice that the flags and the hats and the T-shirts and the signs and everything else around Citi Field. Virtually everybody in this ballpark, you would have to think, affected in some way by the events of 10 years ago. So many first responders, so many members of the police department, fire department, paramedics, Port Authority, police officers, Department of Sanitation, and on it goes here at the ballpark. And by the way, the Mets opened up the doors that all members, all service people and their families allowed free into the game here tonight. We go to the bottom of the second inning, and Ronnie Paulino is going to lead it off against Matt Garza. Paulino, the catcher, hitting 8th, batting .276 on the season. Just settling into the booth now is the first of our guest members of the 2001 New York Mets. Just getting him hooked up on a headset right now. Todd Zeile, who played for Bobby here in New York. And the 1-1 fouled off, 1-2. How are you, Todd?
Being way too kind, Bobby. Thank you. Just don't make me comment on baseball.
Been away for a couple years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you joining us a great deal, Todd, on a very emotional and difficult night for so many people, including, those of you who were affected, those of you who were in the New York City area in the aftermath of the events of 9/11. And Bobby was just talking just before you got here about the bus ride back from Pittsburgh, crossing the George Washington Bridge, and just how chilling that was for everyone.
Yeah, I think most of the guys that were a part of that bus ride remember two things about it. The conversation from Pittsburgh to New York was different than any other conversation you saw on a major league bus. And then the absolute silence that fell upon the bus when we started crossing the bridge. Everybody got to the right side of the bus, looked downtown, saw smoke and flames, and we could smell the electrical burning smell in the air. And that was the most silent bus period I've ever experienced.
Paulino with a grounder to short, 1 down. I know it didn't take long until the Mets got very involved, and another story that Bobby told us over the last couple of days about your involvement had to do with the NYPD and the FDNY caps that you guys wore.
Yeah, I mean, that was something that really became a sort of a part of the unity of the team for the remainder of the season. And it kind of happened by accident. There was a kid that was, a son of one of the firefighters that had been struck down, and I met him and I exchanged hats with him, and he gave me a hat that he had from his dad, and then I had it, and we took it, and then we went down to ground zero, and same kind of thing. We took hats down there. Bobby was with us down there, and every time we'd give a hat to one of the guys down there, their eyes would light up and they wanted to give something back. So we started exchanging hats and T-shirts, and that became synonymous with what we were feeling was a way to attach ourselves to the city and what was going on.
And we just saw David Wright wearing, I think it was an NYPD. I just got a quick glimpse of it. NYPD had the, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, Major League Baseball said that the players are not allowed to wear those hats.
They told Todd that too.
They told Todd
you just
defied it, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, did you have a little meeting with David before the game?
Yeah, well, I think David feels the way a lot of guys feel, which is, look, Major League Baseball, I think, can consider bending the rules for a day like today. And obviously, we mentioned this before. I got attributed, the quote was attributed to me, but it was really a collective, unified thought from the team, which is MLB said to us at that time we went back to Pittsburgh to play, you can wear them for the opening ceremony, but you take them off before you take the field. And we said, look, if you think we're going to take the hats off, you're going to have to come down here and tear them off our heads. And we really, literally felt that way, and we wore them every game the rest of that season.
Well, I don't know if anybody's going to take the field with the hats on. So far, we've just seen David Wright kind of dipping his toe in the water, wearing it in the dugout during the game. So we'll see how that goes. What do you remember thinking, and we're going to talk when Mike Piazza joins us more about this, but resuming play on the 17th and then coming back home to play on the 21st.
They're a totally different animal. I think when we resumed play on the 17th back in Pittsburgh, hardly any of us wanted to go there. I mean, I think we still felt like maybe this is too fresh. Why were we even playing? And it also was a reminder to us of where we were when the attacks occurred. So there wasn't a lot of heart in it. And honestly, I don't have the same feeling or memory. I remember the hat incident, but it was a completely different animal than coming back here to play.
Reyes grounds out. Todd, thank you for joining us. I know a lot of memories coming back, and we thank you for sharing your memories.
My pleasure.
With us
Thanks for letting me sneak in for a
few
minutes.
Thank you. Todd Zeile joining us here in the booth. We'll take a break. Cubs and Mets as we roll on here at Citi Field. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Welcome back to Citi Field. The Chicago Cubs and the New York Mets are tied at 1 as we go to the top of the third on Sunday Night Baseball. On the 10-year commemoration of 9/11, we are here in New York City. Matt Garza, the pitcher for the Cubs, will lead it off against Miguel Batista. And a fastball in for a strike to Garza. Garza is hitting just over 100 this year, 109 on the season, 6 for 55. A big rip at it, fouled it off. It's 0-2. After Garza, back to the top of the order for Starlin Castro and then Tony Campana.
Well, this is a guy with a great arm, with a bat in his hands right now. And do you see any comparison between him this year and Justin Verlander a few years ago, when people are saying, what an arm, he's just missing, he's fighting himself, he's just not doing what he can do? Do you think he could take that step?
I would hope. I would think it'd be more mental or an emotional step for him for sure. I think the fact that Matt Garza is now has the mantle with the Carlos Zambrano situation, that he's no longer with the Cubs, at least right now, and that Matt Garza has the arm and the stuff, the breaking ball, the changeup. It's just the mental, emotional makeup, the concentration, and the finishing off of a pitcher. He's only 27 years old, 50 and 54 career.
He's thrown a no-hitter, has won ALCS MVP 3 years ago with the Rays when they defeated the Red Sox. Castro with a slowly hit ground ball to second. There's one, and on to first in time for the 4-6-3 double play. Now, in between innings, before the game, let's start there. There was a ceremony with a number of former Mets, Todd Zeile, Mike Piazza, John Franco, etc., down in the field. Duty called for Bobby on the television side, so Bobby could not be part of the on-field ceremony, but was honored between innings here at Citi Field, as he was shown on the video scoreboard and announced here to the crowd at Citi Field. And one thing I'm going to say about Bobby that I know he wouldn't say about himself, we talked about all the service that he and the Mets performed in the aftermath of 9/11. In 2002, Bobby was honored with a Branch Rickey Award, which is for outstanding community service. Only one person in baseball gets it every year, and you got it in 2002. So you have talked about a group effort, and it was an incredible group effort, but you were spearheading a lot of that effort when it comes to the New York Mets, and a lot of people have you to thank.
Thanks, Dan. There was a lot of giving out there, and there was a lot of need, and I was glad that I was able to give, and I was glad that I was with people. Todd Zeile, you just saw the New York Mets, a guy named Jay Horowitz, the New York Met organization, who just never stopped. Wanted to do as much as we can do to heal as many wounds as possible. And today, the Mets continue on the Tuesday's Children, where Jay Horowitz, sponsored by Jeff Wilpon, every Tuesday of every month of a homestand, they take in some of the families of those who are affected by this tragedy. Tuesday's Children, it's called. And we thank Jay for that. We thank Jeff Wilpon for that. And here they are in Shea Stadium, continuing today 10 years later.
The organization provides coping and life management skills, mental health support, and family engagement opportunities for those affected not only by 9/11 but by all terrorist activities. And a lot of the children, teenagers of the Tuesday's Children charity were at the game. They were unfurling the flag on the field. They were walking hand in hand out onto the field with Cub players and Met players prior to the game. Runner goes, late throw, not nearly in time as Campana steals it. You mentioned Jay Horowitz, one of our favorites, one of everybody's favorites. Jay recently suffered a severely broken ankle, is in hospital right now, I believe scheduled to have surgery tomorrow. The longtime public relations director of the New York Mets, such a great person, as you mentioned. So, Jay, if you're watching here tonight, we miss you. Get well soon.
Is he a vice president, Bobby?
He's the man. I mean, he really gave his heart, his soul, his energy, his wherewithal, and continues to do it. Now that the Giant game's over, I know he's watching us.
And a lot of the ideas for all the different things that happen around the Mets and their involvement with September 11th started with him, but he would not take a lot of the credit.
Never took the credit. And, if we were at a funeral, if we were at the Armory, if we were having Christmas parties, it was all inspired by Jay.
Runner at second, 2 down, tied at 1. LaHare is the batter, doubled and scored in the first inning.
I know you mentioned a couple people from operations that really never left Shea Stadium for days on end, that slept here and were here 24 hours a day.
Yeah, Kevin McCarthy was the head at that time with his assistant Sue Lucci, who's now the, I believe, head of operations here at Citi Field. And they gave more in 2 weeks than most people could give in a lifetime.
How did the parking lot work and stay organized in such chaos? And how was there ranking of who was in charge?
It was organized confusion for sure. They had the vehicles that were able to, the forklifts and the little vehicles that they would drive around. I kind of had the big mouth and was doing things amazingly. 10 years later, yeah, the boxes were piled and the water was stacked.
John Franco there?
Yeah, John Franco's there. You'll see all of the guys out here. Edgardo Alfonso. This was after a practice before we went on to Pittsburgh. Guys came out, spent 3 hours. One night at 4 o'clock in the morning, we got 40 Hells Angels on bikes with leather and chains and tattoos. And they said, hey, I hear you need some help. It was one of the most amazing scenes I ever participated in. And we were fatigued. we were at the end of our rope. The volunteers were coming in. People said, hey, I work downtown. I want to help. They'd stay 4 or 5 hours, then they'd leave. And all of a sudden, we got a shipment from Atlantic City of these sealed flashlights that no one could open. You know, you can't. You know that plastic seal. You can't get them open no matter what you're doing. And lo and behold, here come the Hell's Angels in with their leather and their pocket knives. And it became a kumbaya for 6 hours in Shea parking lot of taking the plastic, taking the flashlights out, the batteries in, loading them into the back seats of these police cars that had their back seats taken out, and they were taking them down the Ground Zero. It was one of the most amazing events of my lifetime. 5 hours being spent with people that I didn't look like, I didn't talk like, but we had the same heart and the same caring attitude to do the right thing.
And so many stories just like that. And I know as we talked over the course of the week, Bobby, getting ready for this telecast, remembering September 11th, incredibly important, necessary, but remembering what came out of September the 11th, the resilience, the teamwork, the compassion, the resolve of people is just as important to you.
Totally important. And that people who had never given before decided it was time to give. People who did not share before decided to share for the first time. And those who were giving and sharing when 9/11 came gave and shared more. It was the days of our lives to remember that we can do things if we work together. We can overcome fear. We can overcome the disappointment of being attacked and feeling like we were vulnerable for the first time in our lives. And now all of a sudden we were healing and getting stronger again.
First and third, 2 down. The shift is on with Carlos Pena at the plate. And he'll take ball 1 as now Miguel Batista is struggling with his command. He's hit 2 and walked 1 this inning. And there are people I know that you did not know before 9/11, that you met one way or the other because of 9/11, and you are still, and they are still intimately involved in each other's lives.
Indeed, Dan. One family in particular, the Conroy family from Brooklyn, USA, entered my life about 2 weeks after 9/11. They allowed me to be part of their life, and they've blessed me every day since by allowing me to be their friend and share with me the things that only families share, and I've been blessed with that.
And I know Mike Piazza has a similar story to tell. So many people do in the aftermath of 9/11.
How do you keep the balance, Bobby, between moving on and going to normalcy and remembering in the proper way?
Well, you know, you could be normal, but you don't have to forget. Our commander-in-chief said that we shall never forget, and we should never forget. And it's in many people's minds, but it's also in many people's broken hearts because they've lost someone that was dear to them. So we must understand that because it's the 10th anniversary or the 20th anniversary or the 30th anniversary, that those wounds are still there that need continuing healing.
We saw that today at the memorial site, the tribute in light that we see down at the World Trade Center site, as you see the lights and the footprints of where the towers used to be, the opening of the reflective pools today, for families today, for the public tomorrow as they continue to rebuild down in Lower Manhattan. Today, Major League Baseball, all 30 clubs and our players pause to remember those who lost their lives and loved ones as a result of the events of September the 11th, 2001. We pay tribute to the men and women who continue to serve our country and honor our pledge made 10 years ago, we shall not forget. And certainly that took place here at Citi Field tonight, and also in the other 14 Major League stadiums where there were pregame ceremonies in all of them before the games that were played today. The bases are loaded now for the Cubs. With 2 outs, tied at 1. The batter is Tyler Colvin. Well, the Cubs have struggled in many areas this year. And They would love to rectify one problem they've had right now. They have not hit a grand slam this year. Not only have they not hit a grand slam, the only team, they've given up more grand slams than any other team in baseball. Maybe Colvin is the guy to hit their first grand slam of the season right here.
Well, you mentioned his anemic batting average of 147 coming into the game. He's a much better hitter than that. Most of his problems has been mental. It'd be so good for him to get that grand slam, first one for a Cub this year, and maybe get his mind straight going into next season.
They always say hitting is contagious, even for an individual. Teams and individuals.
A little bit outside, 2 balls and a strike. Got to be tough as a struggling hitter, though. You come up to the plate and you look up at a larger than life image of yourself on this huge scoreboard in center field with the 1-4-6 there staring you in the face. I mean, you got to be mentally strong to block that out, right?
Well, one of the first things you do as a coach, and Bobby knows this as a manager, is you tell them not to look.
Sure. So as soon as you say, don't look at the scoreboard, you'll look at the scoreboard.
Immediately.
Yeah, your eyes always gravitate to that. Even when you get on base and they recalculate your batting average, you know you're not supposed to look, but you always take a peek.
Yeah. Some of the ballparks are now updating the ERA of the pitcher batter by batter as well. And that can really fluctuate. You give up a 3-run homer or a grand slam, and that can change in a hurry.
Strike to ball ratios on the scoreboard now, the velocity of your pitches, the naming of a pitch a lot of places. You can get analysis or paralysis by analysis in the midst of competition when you have that many things coming at you, what you've just done and what the result is and how it calculates into your season.
Bases loaded, 2 down, tied at 1, 2-2 the count on Colvin. Into right center field, it'll drop and it'll score 2 runs. Well, it's not quite that elusive grand slam the Cubs are hoping for, but it's a big 2-run single for a guy who needed a base hit, and the Cubs lead 3-1.
I've always been a fan of keeping the ball down to the weaker hitters, because when the weaker hitter hits it bad, it falls in front of the outfielder when it's hit in the air. When he hits it on the ground, it's so slow it can't get through the infield. So when you make a mistake up to hitters that you really should get out,
you see, he makes good enough contact to get that base hit. And you saw that elbow come in, you saw the bat coming up, you saw the vibration of the bat and ball contact, which is always a very violent contact. And Tyler's feeling a little better about that 148 batting average now.
150, they're telling us. All the way up to 150.
Nice.
Yeah. And again, a guy who hit 20 home runs last year, and they think he's part of their future, and he's getting a chance to play on a fairly regular basis here in September with the Cubs playing out the string. They're taking a look at some players who they hope can be a part of their plan in 2012. And maybe this guy can. Third baseman DJ LeMahieu out of LSU. The Cubs' leading run producer this year almost every year is Aramis Ramirez, but he might not be back next year. The Cubs have an option at $16 million on him or a $2 million buyout, one of their big decisions heading into the offseason. If they do not retain Ramirez, maybe LeMahieu gets a look. Mike Quaddy put a number of the young players in the lineup here tonight and is trying to work them in as much as he can. LeMahieu hitting .275, hit over 300 at stops at both AA and AAA this season.
There's an old adage that you can't be fooled by call-ups in September, but a good evaluator sitting in the dugout like Mike Quaddy can watch these young players play at this level and have a better idea of what they might be able to do going into the future next year.
And if you tie a September and then a spring training together, doesn't that give you a little bit more evidence? Because both spring training and September are kind of on the same level, but this is a little better because you have the triple-decker stadiums and you can't see the sky until your head is almost straight up. Get to look at the character and the nerves a little better here in September.
Indeed, and you get to see how a player acts within the team, on the bench, out on the field, and in the clubhouse. You know how they travel together, how they work together. You start to get an idea of how a player might be able to fit in with the group moving forward.
Down and away, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Batista this inning has hit 2, walked 2, given up a hit, and thrown a wild pitch as right-hander DJ Carrasco gets up in the pen.
That's a lot of the columns there, Dan.
That's a lot. This will be his 30th pitch of this inning. Remember, he got the double play this inning. There were 2 outs and nobody on, and then the trouble began anew. Ground ball to third. And the inning is over. The Cubs, though, get 2. They lead 3-1. A big part of the pregame ceremony is mentioned. The relatives and loved ones of people who perished on 9/11. Tuesday's children on the field before the game, helping to unfurl the Stars and Stripes. Shots taken this weekend from Brooklyn as we continue to show you life in all 5 boroughs of New York City. Brooklyn Dodger hats in the house, Oral. It's got to ring a little bit true to you as an LA Dodger. It's your ancestral team right there, if you will.
You can see where the colors originated.
Yeah. Ruben Tejada lines a ball into right center field. It'll drop for a base hit, and the leadoff man is aboard here in the bottom of the 3rd. And I think one of the nice things as we see the images from all 5 boroughs is, and certainly, Bobby, you managed here. Oral, you did play here. You were a Met, played under Bobby for a year, and obviously played against the Mets and Yankees for many, many years. Is the toughness and resiliency of New Yorkers. And I don't know if we can say life has returned to normal. There's a new normal, but life has become as normal as it can be for people in this city.
I think so. I think coming back here that the city is better and stronger. I think it's cleaner. I think what Mayor Giuliani did when he had his time here. This is just an exceptional place to come. And all the different people from pop culture after 9/11 pitched in, with the Broadway coming back and all the artists coming back with songs and concerts, and just the way everyone pitched in. And the greatness of New York has returned.
Lucas Duda is the batter. And there is no one thing that could make the memories go away or completely return to life to normal, especially in the immediate aftermath of 9/11. But it is not an understatement, especially when you talk to people who live here. It is not an understatement to say that baseball played a role in giving people a diversion, in giving them some normalcy, even if it was just for a brief moment or two. As Duda hits a fly ball into left center field for out number 1. Baseball was a diversion. Coming back to Shea Stadium on September the 21st was a diversion. The Yankees playing in the World Series that October was a diversion. It as much as was possible, baseball helped here, right?
Oh, without a doubt. It might have even been more than a diversion. It was a way that people could feel the way they felt before the tragedy, before that horrific act, before their families were torn apart or their fear was developed inside their heart, that they could get out here and cheer. And that's what Mike did with that home run.
Mm-hmm.
He allowed them, they gave them the moment to stand up and go back 10 days. Mm-hmm. This is the way I felt cheering for my hometown hero before the bad guys got here.
And Mike Piazza will join us in a couple of innings. Also, John Franco, a longtime star with the Mets and a New York City guy, will join us in the 7th inning of tonight's game. Dan Schulman, Oral Hershiser, Bobby Valentine. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN.
Well, Dan, what was really amazing about that situation is that at the Trade Center, over 100 countries were affected. There were people who died there from different countries all around the world. And baseball reflected that same kind of melting pot of people from all countries. We had Shinjo on our team from Japan. We had our Elgardo Esponzo, who's just outside, from Venezuela on our team. We had Armando Benitez saving that game on the 21st from the Dominican Republic. So we had Bruce Chen, who started that game from Taiwan. So, people could look at baseball and understand that this wasn't just, it is the American pastime, but it's the world sport. And we were a reflection of our community working together, pulling together. The other thing that was seen that I remember so much is when we actually hugged the opposition. Mm-hmm. The opposition happened to be the Atlanta Braves.
The arch rivals.
And I was hugging Bobby Cox, which I would never have dreamt of in my wildest dream before a game. And yet it was a sincere hug. One that I said, Bobby, we're in this together. Thank you for coming up, because there was a lot of doubt on whether or not the guys would show up in New York from another team, whether or not we should play, as Mike Piazza said in the pregame. There was that doubt. They all came. They came to play hard, but they came as Americans, and they came as Major League people playing together for the same reason.
Visiting players took to the skies, some of the first people to take back to the skies. And we thank those young gentlemen to continue to protect us.
David Wright strikes out for the second out. Angel Pagan is the batter. Major League Baseball resumed on the 17th, the Monday following the attacks. The first Major League game in New York City, and the first professional sporting event of any kind that came back to New York City, was on the 21st, 10 days after the attack, and that was when the New York Mets hosted the Atlanta Braves in the game of which Bobby was speaking. Mike Piazza hit the big home run, and we'll visit with Piazza later on tonight to reminisce about that emotional night. Pagan pops out, of the inning is over. 3-1 Cubs at the end of 3. Baseball presented by Taco Bell is brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Along with Bobby Valentine and Oral Hershiser, I'm Dan Schulman. Welcome back to Citi Field in New York, the 10th anniversary of 9/11. And again, flags, signs, emergency services personnel, first responders, families, just everywhere you look here at Citi Field tonight, pregame and during the game as well. The Cubs lead the Mets 3-1 as we go to the top of the 4th inning. So many great sentiments from the people who were here, so many of whom were affected, deeply affected by the events of 10 years ago. Miguel Batista, as we mentioned, at the time was a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks, as he misses low ball one to Darwin Barney. Barney will be followed by Coy Hill and Matt Garza, bottom third of the Cub lineup. Barney hooks one foul down the left field line. Batista, when he pitched with Arizona back in the 2001 World Series, he started Game 5 in New York against the Yankees and went 7 2/3 scoreless innings. But the Yankees eventually tied it on the Scott Brocious home run at the bottom of the 9th and won it on Alfonso Soriano, who's also in the ballpark tonight. Alfonso Soriano's game-winning hit in the 12th inning as the Yankees took a 3-2 lead in that World Series. Dropped by David Wright, and that'll cost him. And that will be his 3rd error in the last 2 games.
This is a ball that's hit right to David. He knows he has plenty of time because it's hit so hard. As he's making the exchange, he doesn't exchange. And because Darwin Barney always runs hard out of the box, even though his ball hit right to him, he beats it by a full stride.
And now a swing and a belt off the bat of Coy Hill to right field, caught by Duda. And Barney back into first ahead of the throw, one down. Well, one thing around baseball that I think a lot of people have been taking notice of recently is what's going on in the American League East right now, where the Boston Red Sox lost again today. Tampa Bay beat them 9-1. The Rays are only 3.5 games back of the reeling Red Sox. John Lester got knocked around today. B.J. Upton had a big day for the Rays. The Yankees came back to beat the Angels today 6-5, so they're now 3.5 ahead of the Red Sox. But the Red Sox have some pitching injuries, and Kevin Youkilis is out, and they're just not playing good baseball right now. And, Oral, the Red Sox still have 4 games left with the Rays next weekend in Boston. This is getting interesting.
And they've got games with the Yankees,
Yep.
you see there, too. So it's not like your schedule gets easy in the American League East at any time, and especially when you're reeling with the injuries. Lackey not throwing the ball well. Lester gets knocked around. Beckett not healthy. So it could be interesting down the stretch.
And guys, you know, a manager always says, hey, this is the game we have to play. We play them one game at a time, la-di-da-di-da-di-da. But Joe Madden, coming into this series, said, hey, listen, I know all the cliches. I know how to think. But we need to sweep this series to make it interesting. And, Dan, you said it's now interesting.
I'm not sure if interesting is the first word a Red Sox fan would use to describe what's going on right now. Red Sox Nation gets a little bit jittery at the best of times when things are kind of on the cusp. And
You're trying to say they have a negative bent?
Their DNA predisposes them to worry. How's that?
And they have a lousy pitching staff right now. And that's a great reason to worry.
With Buchholz out and Beckett not sound and Lackey getting knocked around and Lester got hit today. Let's go down to Buster Olney with more.
And guys, while the Red Sox are having problems with their pitching, today the Tampa Bay Rays have announced that they are calling up Matt Moore, who's considered to be the best pitching prospect in the minors, a power left-hander. He's someone who's going to help out their staff as they make this push.
Just 3.5 back of the Red Sox with a couple of weeks to go. The Angel loss, by the way, combined with the Texas win, 8-1 over Oakland today. So the Rangers are now 2.5 ahead of the Angels. But those two teams finished the regular season with 3 games against one another in Anaheim. It looked just a few days ago like there might be virtually nothing going on in the last couple of weeks in terms of races. But Tampa Bay has certainly made it interesting. The Angels are trying to chase down Texas. The other American League division winner, the Tigers, won again today. They've won 9 in a row. They beat Minnesota 2-1. And amazingly enough, and there may not be enough time, but you never know how this will sort itself out. They're only 4.5 games back of the Yankees for the best record in the American League.
And that would give them home field advantage throughout the playoffs.
Throughout the first 2 rounds.
Right.
National League winning the All-Star game.
Good point.
Yep. I know we're conditioned to
Playoffs
assume the
of the
American
American
League win the end.
Yes.
And getting the win today for the Tigers, a guy you and I saw in a game we did on radio on Labor Day on Monday. Doug Fister pitched great again today for Detroit.
Tall drink of water, 6'9", about 215 pounds, and he can really make the ball move with his fastball. His breaking stuff and his changeup are average big league, but the movement in the fastball is above average, exceptional. And people have even started to throw around the name Greg Maddux when it comes to the movement that he shows on both sides of the plate, especially that comeback fastball to left-handed hitters.
One of the other stories today, Steven Strasburg went just 3 innings today through only 57 pitches. Apparently had quite a drop in velocity at one point during that start as he continues his comeback from Tommy John surgery just over a year ago. One of the big stories going on in the National League right now is the St. Louis Cardinals won again. We talked about the Tigers and the Rays in the National League. The Cardinals beat Atlanta again today, and they are now just 4.5 back of the Braves for the National League wild card. Now, Milwaukee won, so St. Louis is 6 back of the Brewers, but just 4.5 back of Atlanta for the wild card, as the Cardinals make a late run, just like the Rays are doing in the American League. And we will see the Cardinals 1 week from tonight in our final Sunday night telecast of the 2011 season. We will have the Cardinals in Philadelphia 1 week from tonight.
Tony La Russa just won't let him give up.
As Peter Pasquarelli says, they won't quit on Tony, and teams really don't quit on Tony. He's much too professional, and he expects the professionalism returned to him.
And Albert Pujols has a shot at 300, which was a far climb. A month and a half ago, he was probably 20, 25 points short of that.
In a shocking development today, the Philadelphia Phillies lost a baseball game. They are 94-49 and on pace for the best season in Phillies history. They lost 3-2 to Milwaukee today, but such an incredible year for the Phillies. Franchise record is 101 wins, and they're 94-49 right now. Arizona, which has been on a tear, they also lost today, although they almost came back. The Padres beat them 7-6, but the Diamondbacks are still a comfortable 8.5 up on the Giants in the National League West.
What a job Kirk Gibson has done out there. Eric Young, Matt Williams, Charles Nagy, the whole coaching staff.
Donnie Baylor.
Just an exceptional job. Professional baseball people imparting great knowledge and day-to-day detail.
1-2 to Castro, and he lines it to right field. Caught by Duda, and the inning is over. To the bottom of the 4th at Citi Field. Cubs 3, Mets 1.
I don't know about you, but as for me, the question has already been answered. Should we be here? Yes.
The eloquent Jack Buck, Hall of Fame broadcaster for the St. Louis Cardinals, as baseball resumed play on September the 17th, 6 days after the attacks. It did not resume play in New York City until the 21st, but baseball got going again on the Monday following the attacks on the 17th. And Jack Buck's speech, I think, is something that still resonates with people who heard it 10 years ago. With Bobby Valentine and Noel Hershiser, I'm Dan Schulman. It's Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. The Cubs lead the Mets 3-1 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Jason Bay is the batter. Let's start, Bobby, arcing toward the 21st a little bit, when baseball came back to New York City. And next half inning, Mike Piazza is going to join us. And Piazza, of course, hit the game-winning home run on that night, on the 21st. And what some people feel was, maybe meant to be that it would be Piazza and the Mets would win. But let's start, and there's Mike Piazza along with Mark Anthony, New York native, who sang the national anthem before that game on the 21st 10 years ago, and again here tonight before this game. Bay hooks one foul down the third baseline. What were the thoughts? What were your thoughts and the players' thoughts about resuming baseball in New York City on the 21st?
Well, my thoughts were steadfast from the first day that we needed to do it, that I had been in touch with enough of people who were personally affected, were people who were depressed and needed us to do it, to show our face, to stand tall, to be what we were before the tragedy struck, and to show them that you can, in fact, play a baseball game 5 miles from an airport, even though we were so frightened at the time of every plane that went overhead.
Right. Mm-hmm. And that's what people who haven't been here don't realize is Shea and City in the same parking lot, the former park, the current park, how close this is to LaGuardia. As Bay lifts a high fly ball to left field, carrying to the warning track and eventually caught by LaHare after he and Campana collide. Again, LaHare is really more of a first baseman, getting a chance to play out there in left field, and Campana just collided with a guy about 50 pounds bigger than he is.
You go out there, and the center fielder is definitely the captain, and even though he's a little bit shorter, he's in charge, and it's all smiles when he gets caught. But LaHare out there has played right, he's played left, he's a first baseman, but manager Quaddy will not let him play at first base and take the at-bats away from Pena, so he has to find another place to play right now.
Nick Evans, the batter.
And that's been the story of Jason Bay since he became a New York Met. Long, high, majestic fly balls that wind up on the warning track here in Citi Field. Next year, there might be an adjustment made.
And a couple of years ago, when he was with the Red Sox, those might have wound up up in the seats above the monster. Different situation.
Indeed, and I don't think the adjustment would be in his swing. The adjustment would be in the dimensions of the ballpark. There's a lot of talk about the fences moving in and making this field a little more hitter friendly.
It would definitely attract, or be easier to attract, free agents. It's like trying to attract pitchers to the Texas Ball Club. You almost have to breed your own, because people don't want to come here and have their stats go down, and then their next contract, or they have to go to another organization, they don't feel like they are on equal ground. And you see all that territory out there.
Sharply hit, knocked down by LeMahieu, but he won't have a play. And Evans is aboard.
That's a base hit for Evans, but it's a backhand that could have been made. Well, he got there, got the glove on it, just jumped up and hit the heel of the glove as he's reaching down with his backhand. Boom. Not sticking. You really have to turn that glove so it's facing home plate, opened up all the way, and always think that you start down and come up so that the ball can land in the pocket.
And it has scored an error on LeMahieu. Now ground ball to short, step on the bag, on to first, and just like that, Paulino grounds into a double play and the inning is over. Mike Piazza will join us when we come back to Citi Field. Three to one, top of the fifth. The Cubs lead the Mets. Dan Schulman to Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser with you here on Sunday Night Baseball. The 10-year anniversary of the September 11th attacks. We talked about the resumption of baseball in New York City on September the 21st, 2001. The first professional sporting event back here in New York City. The Atlanta Braves were here to take on the New York Mets, who trailed 2-1 going to the bottom of the eighth inning when Mike Piazza came to the plate.
And it's hit deep to left center. Home run! Mike Piazza, and the Mets lead 3-2.
Mike Piazza walking into the booth right now to join us. Bobby, when you hear that call and you see the video of Mike's home run from 10 years ago, what comes to mind?
What comes to mind is that the hero that everyone needed to come to the plate came to the plate, delivered exactly what everyone was praying for, and their prayers were answered.
A very emotional night. Oral, I think you and I not being there, we can't imagine how emotional it must have been. Let's ask Mike, as Mike Piazza joins us here in the ballpark. First ground ball back to the mound. Batista makes the play to retire Campana. Mike, I know you talked about it with Bob Lee down on the set earlier tonight, and you were emotional about it. What do you think about when you think about that night?
I didn't know how we were going to get through the night, to be honest with you. I mean, I really didn't. I mean, I remember going to the ballpark and just having this feeling of just anxiety and fear, and I think a lot of us at times just looked and said, what are we doing here? Should we be here? You know, is it the right time? Is it? And now looking back, I mean, obviously it was, but at the time going through it, it was a little scary. And I just remember being on that line, and when I heard the first bagpipes, I just started praying. I was like, Lord, please help me get through this night, because I don't know if I can.
There's so many moments in a game that a big league player knows this is a moment, and you had to know, walking from the on-deck circle up to the plate, that was a moment.
No, true. And, again, that's where I think the support of everybody, just the energy and prayers and everyone supporting me, giving me wind, under my wings a little bit to help me out. And, yeah, no question. And adrenaline, because at that point, as well as anybody, when you're in that part of the game, and, for me, I had to tell myself to kind of back off the throttle a little bit because I didn't want to get too anxious. I just wanted to try to put a good swing on the ball.
Because you have to get a pitch, first of all.
Absolutely.
And you can't. Are you anticipating slider? Are you anticipating fastball? Are you thinking there, or are you that into the game, or are you just into the moment looking for a ball and hoping to hit it hard?
Well, that particular bat, I remember the first pitch was right down the middle, and I remember thinking, crap.
That was it.
That is it. And Steve Carsey and all, sort of tipped my hat to him. He just was pouring it on. He was like, here, hit it 5,000 feet if you want. And so he did not shy away or try
He's
to
a
trick
New
me
Yorker
in.
too.
Oh yeah, I mean it was interesting. I saw him a couple of years ago. I forget where it was, and we kind of looked at each other, and it was a really nice moment because I think at the end of the day he knew, even though he was competitive and you never want to give up a home run, I think he still knew that it was a special moment all the way around.
Were you asked to wait for the families after the game and to visit with them, or was that Jay Horwitz or inspiration
I got to
from
tell you,
teammates?
Bobby will tell you, like when we got back from Pittsburgh, we drove back, and I remember it was the most quiet I've ever been on a bus with guys. I mean, for 10 minutes we were watching, the smoke and the spotlights and the rescue efforts still going on, because at that time there were still people believing there was people alive. So that was kind of surreal. But Mr. Wilpon and Mr. Doubleday just pulled us in the clubhouse and said, "Look, you guys, whatever you want to do, you could do as little as you want or as much as you want." So he left it totally up to us, and I got to tell you, at the end of the day, everyone just did it from their hearts. They didn't feel like they had to do anything.
And when I said I was so proud of being with a team, the guys never said no.
Yeah.
There were people in our clubhouse. There were places to visit. There were kids to see. There was Christmas parties in the off season, and to the man, people were not saying no who were in a uniform. He led us on the field. He led us off the field, and it was just a great time of giving.
We just saw a shot of a family here at the ballpark tonight. That's the Geese family. They're New Yorkers, and their dad, Ronnie, was a firefighter who died on September the 11th, and I know you became very close with the family. The three boys are here. I think two of them are firefighters. The third is on the way to becoming a firefighter, and you met them right after you hit the home run on the 21st, right? No, and they showed me the picture, and I mean, what honor they did to their father. I mean, to think about the character that, I mean, that's as painful it was, I'm sure, to lose him on that day. I'm sure he's getting some joy in heaven knowing that, the character he raised his boys. I mean, you could just tell. I mean, and keeping his honor alive and his memory alive is something, again, I mean, that we can all be inspired from.
At the same firehouse that their dad was the chief.
Yeah.
They all are going to be there.
No, it's just it's incredible. And, looking back again, we do want to continue to try to move and live life and honor those, because I know they would want us to. They wouldn't want us to hold back. They know life is to move on and to live. But at the end of the day, I think we have the right balance of memory and reverence and respect for them. And with keeping all that in mind and going forward, I think just is something that I'm very humbled about, and to be part of Major League Baseball and the way sports and baseball in particular reacted.
Cubs lead the Mets 3-1. Mike Piazza is with us here in the booth at Citi Field. We're in the fifth inning. Brian LaHare's out at second. He doubled. There's one out in the inning. And
Mike, you circled the bases plenty of times in your career, enough to go to the Hall of Fame someday for sure. As you're circling the bases that day.
Didn't feel anything.
Exactly.
I just, I mean, like you said,
you hit home plate. You were like flying. It was It was such a wonderful smile. It was like a spotlight just lit up his face.
Pena drives a ball to deep right center, but again, the wrong part of the wrong ballpark if you're a power hitter. Two down, runner tags, comes to third. Let's take another look at the home run that Mike hit back on September the 21st. As Mike said, it was the second pitch of the at-bat. Let a fastball go down the middle, and that pitch actually a little bit further away, but you went out and got it and drove it to left center field. And do you remember much about the curtain call or anything in the aftermath of the home run?
Well, no. I mean, when I look back at highlights like this, see, even there, I was starting to kind of let go a little bit emotionally, because I never smiling. And so right it kind of hit me there that I realized it was definitely a special moment. And man, and we had such a great fun team too. And I see the Lenny and all the characters on that team. And looking back, we had a lot of fun. So I think that camaraderie as well got us through it.
It's pretty special to see him do anything other than have his game face on. About pitchers and game day. Well, Mike had 162 days of game face. Even when Todd Pratt was catching and he had the day off, he had a game face on in the bench.
Yeah.
Well, on a lighter note, too, you caught the ceremonial first pitch today. From John Franco.
There it is. There's the face.
There's the
Ugly
game face. You caught the ceremonial first pitch before the game today from John Franco. It looked like you and your knees were having a disagreement about how much you could get down there, like the old catcher days.
That's true. That's one of the reasons why I walked away. I said, you know what, I got all my cartilage, all my ligaments. I think it's time to turn the page so I could play with my kids when I'm up there a little bit more. So, but it felt good to be back on the field, I'll tell you. I don't know about this field, though. I mean, looking at this ballpark, I don't know if that one might have made
it's beautiful, but it's big, isn't it?
You might not have had that.
Oral would have loved it. Yeah, Oral's all in favor of it.
I would have kept pitching if I could have pitched here. Wow.
No, that home run still would have made it. It would have been over there by the apple, a little to the left of the apple, and he would have run around the bases the same way. But this is a very large ballpark. They're thinking about bringing fences in next year, Mike.
Well,
I think it's a good idea.
And that's Death Valley out there in that gap.
I mean,
that is crazy. You got to square it up.
Runner at third, 2 down. 3-1 the count on Tyler Colvin. And he lashes a ball to right field. Duda going back. It's over his head. LaHare will score. Colvin around second on his way to third. And in there ahead of the throw as the Cubs take a 4-1 lead. Robbie's having a big night. 2 for 3 RBIs for a guy who needed some hits.
Like I said, he has a good swing. Last year with 20 home runs and being a guy who had a bright future. This year coming in, never getting off to the kind of start that he wanted, and then it was all downhill for most of this year. He's hoping to end on a good note, and tonight can get him in that direction. 2 line drive hits, 3 RBIs.
So it's now 4-1 Cubs. Runner at third, 2 down, and LeMahieu will be the batter. He has walked and grounded out.
Mike, you had an apartment down south of Canal. How long was it before you were able to get in?
Well, I was fortunate. I was able to get in right away, but again, just to see the feeling in the city that the few days after was unlike anything I've ever seen. A lot of people coming together and just needed to be together. So that was touching to see.
And a lot of the same sentiment in the ballpark tonight. Mike, we really appreciate the
My
time.
pleasure.
Thanks for joining us.
Same here.
Mike Piazza stopping by the booth.
Bless you guys.
Take a timeout and come back after this. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Our thanks to Mike Piazza for spending some time with us in the top half of the inning and recalling the events of September the 11th and September the 21st when he hit the home run that won the game in the first baseball game back here in New York City. The Cubs, meanwhile, have opened up a 4-1 lead on the Mets as we go to the bottom of the 5th. And batting in the pitcher's spot is Mike Baxter. Briefly last month and recalled again in September. First pitch swinging, and he lines the ball down the left field line. That's the way to come off the bench as a pinch hitter. He's got himself a leadoff double. Baxter lived in Queens 10 years ago at the time of the attacks and lost a cousin on September the 11th, 2001. So sure to be some extra emotion for him playing in this game.
And 11 years ago, there was a guy who was a left-handed hitter in a Met uniform who just stopped up to say hello, John Olerud, who would take a high fastball and hit it down that third base line exactly like Baxter approached that high fastball. God, it was good to see John Olerud, one of the greatest guys that I've ever met in my life, and again, blessed to be a teammate of his. Or I guess I wasn't a teammate; I was his manager. You were a teammate.
But you felt like it, with John.
Yeah.
Hit 363 one year. John Olerud won a batting title.
Such a high character individual that there were no boundaries between coaches and managers and John Olerud. You were all on the same plane because there was nothing really to instruct other than to talk about baseball or what time to show up. That was it.
I think he had 354 in a Met uniform. I think that's the highest Met average standing.
Yep.
Even though this young man's going for a batting title.
Yeah, the batting title Olerud won not as a Met. He won that as a Blue Jay. Reyes is currently leading the National League batting race, 1 for 2 tonight, hitting a 334. Ryan Braun's at 331 after going 1 for 4 today. And Reyes might lose a point right here on the ground out. Going down to the runner goes to third. We are in the bottom of the 5th inning here at Citi Field in New York, the final game of the weekend here from the 10th anniversary of 9/11. Fittingly is from New York City. A stirring, moving pregame ceremony, and so much evidence in the ballpark tonight of people recalling the events of 10 years ago and honoring those who died on September the 11th with police officers, paramedics, firefighters, Port Authority police officers, the relatives of those who died in the attacks, all involved in the pregame ceremony. And one of the issues we discussed a little bit earlier is we were under the impression the Mets had announced that they were going to wear NYPD, FDNY hats during this game tonight. But it has not turned out that way, as Major League Baseball said that they issued an edict before the season saying that teams were not allowed to wear anything other than the standard team cap during a game. And we saw David Wright sneak a hat on in the dugout for a half inning a little bit earlier as a soft liner is hit out to second for the second out. Buster Olney's got an update.
Joe, Joe Torre, Major League Baseball's executive vice president for baseball operations, told the Associated Press tonight that basically they wanted to keep unanimity in this issue. It's not a lack of respect. Now, you mentioned David Wright in the dugout. He actually did not wear that hat on the field, just wore it in the dugout for that half inning. And it should be noted that the hats that the Mets are wearing tonight, the licensed hats, are being sold on the internet.
All right, Buster, thank you. So the Mets intended to wear special caps, but that was not in the cards from Major League Baseball's perspective. Now, this is something, Bobby, you talked about that your team was told 10 years ago you can't do it, and you did it anyways.
Well, I think it was entirely different circumstance.
Yes.
And as Todd said, we had to do it. We were compelled to, and I don't think we really didn't have a choice. Nor was there such a large contract at the time, nor was there an edict put out at the beginning of the season. There's Todd Zeile, who, as he says, it was a collective thought, but I think it was Todd Zeile who said it to the press. You have to tear it off our heads.
Oh-2 pitch. Did he go? Yes, he did. Duda goes around and strikes out, and the inning is over as the Mets leave a man on at third. Pictures taken this weekend from the Bronx, from barbershops to playgrounds, but never forgetting the ones lost on 9/11. Today in the Bronx, the historic New York Botanical Garden offered free admission to anyone seeking a quiet place for contemplation and reflection, as so many people here in this great bustling city of over 8 million people just in the New York City area did today. And well, you were talking about early this morning being outside, Bobby. I know you took a long walk today. How empty the streets were. Everybody was watching coverage of the anniversary because, again, this touched just about everybody in this city in a deep and lasting way. The tribute in light still going. A live shot from Lower Manhattan, the site of the World Trade Center, near the two footprints of the North Tower and the South Tower, and that tribute in light is going on all night. There's reflective pools and a ceremony, the memorial honoring all of those who died 10 years ago. Darwin Barney lines a base into right field off the new Met pitcher as DJ Carrasco has come into the game here in the 6th inning.
DJ, you've seen so far, side armor that's really trying to make a spot here, wearing 77, has not really gotten off to a very hot start here, and you see with the 5.4 ERA tonight, really just looking to raise his stock in the Mets organization.
Cubs up 4-1, have the leadoff man on here in the top of the 6th inning, and Coy Hill is the batter as he slices it foul out of play. Hill's 0 for 2 tonight. Giovanni Soto getting the bulk of the playing time behind the plate for the Cubs, but Hill is in there tonight. Miguel Batista goes 5 innings for the Mets tonight and gives up 4 runs on 5 hits. Had some real command problems. He walked 3 and hit 2. Right, well off the line at third, playing the left-hand hitting or switch hitting, but in this case left-hand hitting Hill to pull. Barney the lead at first, being held on by Evans. And the count 2-1. The Mets are itching to get back to the 500 mark in a season that has been marred by injuries. They are 71 and 74. And have won 11 of their last 17 games as the hit and run is on, and this ball's flared into right field, a base hit. Barney put the brakes on and then accelerates around second and coasts into third. So runners at first and third, nobody out. We've talked a lot about the Mets and Queens with respect to 9/11. Of course, the Yankees and the Bronx were involved as well. With more, here's Buster Olney.
Dan, on 9/11, Victor Saraceni was the pilot of a plane that went into the World Trade Center. And 15 days later, his daughter Brielle, who was 10 years old at the time, was the guest at Yankee Stadium of Derek Jeter. I talked to her recently. She's now a junior at Boston College, and she told me that she vividly remembers that day, said it pretty much was the best day ever. She said that day, she can remember the players talking to her. She can remember the jackets and the hats and a bat that were given to she and her sister Kirsten by the players. She also talked about how that fall, baseball really provided structures for her day. She said that during the Yankee games, she would be absolutely locked in. And when friends would call her and ask her about possibly coming over, she'd say, no, I'm watching the Yankees. Her experience seemed to really reflect the experience of a lot of people in New York after 9/11.
No question about it. And then with the Yankees making the World Series, just one of the most fascinating and compelling World Series any of us has ever seen. Both the caliber of play, the closeness of the games, the storylines and the aftermath of 9/11, with the World Series coming here to New York City. November baseball for the first time. The dramatic home runs in games 4 and 5 for the Yankees. And then ultimately the Diamondbacks winning in dramatic fashion in Game 7. As strike taken by Castro. Second and third, one out as the infield comes in for the Mets.
You know, Dan, baseball is a game that really is a season, and it's every day, and there's a schedule, and there's a habit, and there's a ritual to it. And And I think that's what the fans can grab onto. That the pregame show comes on at a certain time on the radio, that you get home from work and you have time to make a little dinner and get to the ballpark, or have a little dinner and turn the TV on. And I think that was part of the healing process of the habit and the daily routine of baseball, that maybe you can't act normal yourself, but somebody else is acting normal for you to bring you back.
You know, one of the unusual things that happened late in the 2001 season and into the playoffs is people outside New York rooting for a New York team. In that case, the Yankees, because they were the team that went to the postseason. And Bobby, as you well know, having managed the Mets for so many years, that is not the case.
That's not the rule. That's the exception.
Yeah, but it happened in 2001. Ground ball to short. Reyes looks the runners back and on to first. 2 down. You had people in Chicago, in Boston, in Los Angeles, all expressing their love at ballparks for New York because of what this city was going through.
And sensitive when I say this, but the nickname for the Yankees is the evil empire around baseball because of the budget, and they're really the team that everybody is jealous of. And they became the darlings and the team to root for sure in 2001.
I was rooting for him.
Yeah, I was too. I'll tell you what, Miguel Batista, who started this game today without the Scott Brocious heroics, would have been the winning pitcher. It might have went a different way, but there were so many things that special that happened for the Yankees to get them to the World Series.
You know, even in the American League Championship Series, they beat a great Seattle team. Lou Piniella was the manager, and Piniella, in the aftermath of the series when he was interviewed, said, you know what, it's tough to say because we just lost, but those people have been through so much. They deserve to see their team win, and that was the sentiment around the country pretty much in the aftermath of the attacks, where the memorial ceremony was held today. 10 years to the day from 9/11 in 2001. The tribute in light shines on in Lower Manhattan. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Dan Schulman, Earl Hershiser, Bobby Valentine, Buster Olney, Pedro Gomez, all here at Citi Field. Bob Lee handling the pregame show, Baseball Tonight, and the pregame ceremony on site, so adeptly as always. As we bring you back into the bottom of the 6th inning, where the Cubs lead the Mets 4-1. And just about everybody in the ballpark tonight wearing their emotions on their sleeves, if you will, on the 10-year anniversary of 9/11. A stirring pregame ceremony, very well handled and touching, and Brought a lot of people to tears here in the ballpark. Great play by the second baseman, Barney, and from his knees he will throw out David Wright for the first out. Well, Mike Quade, the manager of the Chicago Cubs, has a connection, if you will, to New York City in the aftermath of 9/11. With more, here's Pedro Gomez.
Dan, a very strong connection in the sense that the very first postseason game that the Yankees played on their way to making it to the 2001 World Series was against the Oakland A's in the ALDS. Mike Quade was the first base coach of those Chicago Cubs. He remembers lining up on third base. He remembers turning to the coach right next to him and saying, you know how they say there's no crying in baseball? There definitely is crying in baseball. He couldn't control his emotions that day. Mayor Rudy Giuliani's box was not far from his first base coaching box. He remembers stopping by to introduce himself, to congratulate him on what a tremendous job he had been doing. Remember, the Yankees lost games 1 and 2 of that series before coming back to win 3 in a row and knock the A's out. That was also the series where that famous Derek Jeter flip to Jorge Posada to get Jeremy Giambi took place. And he remembers saying that, you know what, you didn't have to be from New York City to feel what New Yorkers were going through. Still remembers it vividly to this day.
Yeah,
guys,
Pedro, rather, you could hear the emotion in his voice as he told us that story 10 years later. Meanwhile, more great defense from Mike Quade's Cubs. As Tyler Colvin makes a great diving catch out in right field to deny Angel Pagan. 2 down in the inning. Colvin's having a big night. Here's Jason Bay.
I think when you look out there at the young players the Cubs are trotting out there tonight, and you look at Barney and Castro and Colvin, I think they definitely can be part of what's going to move forward to make this Cub team a respectable and then someday competitive Major League franchise.
I think they're going to get stronger too. You see young bodies that really haven't filled in yet. An off season or two that, and the weight room and some dedication to understanding how long this season is and how tough it is and what it takes to hold up. You learn that at a very early age, and you come back stronger the next year.
Into the left field corner. Bay continues his hot hitting and is on his way into second base with a 2-out double. Well, we have focused this half inning more on the Yankees. We talked a lot about the Mets tonight. We're here at Citi Field. It's focused a little more this half inning on the Yankees and their trip into the World Series in 2001 and how that impacted New Yorkers. And I think one of the moments that baseball fans, New Yorkers, will not soon forget is Game 3, the first World Series game played in New York City. Challenger, of course, and President Bush was there, as if to say, hey, the game will go on. And what did he do? Fired a perfect strike to Todd Green. Drive into deep right center field off the bat of Evans that'll split the outfielders. Bay will come in to score. It's an RBI double for Evans, and the Mets make it a 4-2 game.
Michael hit the home run in the 8th when you were down by 1 in 2001.
Yes.
What was the score?
It was 2-1. It was a big home run.
It was a huge 427 in his career.
Well, that one's separate. That's a home run that was, as Mike mentioned, there's a movie made about the Oakland A's team that he played on at one time, but that was a movie. That was scripted perfectly, and he was the hero of the movie.
Ronnie Paulino, the batter.
I just was thinking about a miraculous comeback for the Mets 10 years later.
So who plays the role of Mike Piazza? Is David Wright the Piazza of this team?
I think Jose Reyes or David Wright would be the candidates. They would be auditioning.
They've got time.
Piazza hitting his home run in the bottom of the 8th inning off Atlanta's Steve Carsey, as the Mets won 3-2.
Yeah, as I said to Mike, big leaguers know when those moments are, and you realize them when he left the on-deck circle, when he got to the box, when he took the first pitch fastball and said, "Oh, there it goes." And I know David Wright and Jose Reyes and the rest of the Mets are thinking about that tonight. Can I do something special to help?
Base hit for Paulino. Evans around third. And it's 4-3.
You put the big league uniform on, but you do not leave your feelings behind. And you know what today was, and you know what it was going on in the city, and you watch the specials on TV and the coverage of the memorial, and then you get to come play a baseball game and you're down. And you say, I want to try and make this special for the New Yorkers and for the people that are remembering their loved ones. And maybe the Mets have one more in them.
So the tying run is aboard with 2 down at the bottom of the 6th as Garza gets a visit from his pitching coach and his catcher, and now a pinch hitter for the Mets. Willie Harris will bat. A 2-run inning thus far for the Mets, and all of the damage after 2 were out with nobody on. A double by Bay, a double by Evans to bring him in, and then an RBI single for Paulino as Mark Riggins is on the phone checking on the progress down in the bullpen for the Cubs. On the outside corner, a strike. Hits are now even at 7 apiece.
Bobby, when Mike hit the big home run in 2001, chants of USA, chants of Go Mets, just chanting, just screaming and clapping.
There really wasn't a chant when he hit it. It was just an outbreak of emotion. There were tears of joy.
Caught by Campana in deep left center, and the inning is over. The Mets get a couple, and they have made it a 1-run game. We're at the end of 6 with the Cubs now leading 4-3 here on the 10th anniversary. So you get another live look at Lower Manhattan. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by Cabot. Finish like a pro with Cabot wood stains. Cabot, that's pro. To the 7th inning here at Citi Field. The Cubs lead the Mets 4-3 here on Sunday Night Baseball. And the new pitcher for the New York Mets is left-hander Tim Burdack. He becomes the third pitcher of the night for the Mets, making his 64th appearance of the season, covering 34 1/3.
He's a specialist.
That's right. Life in the 21st century as a left-handed specialist in the big leagues. There's Brian LaHair, who's had a good night, Bobby. He has 2 doubles and a walk and has scored 3 runs and is now 9 for 18 since he got called up to the big leagues.
Mike Quaddy was saying he likes his bat. He's got to find him a position, but don't think any of these at-bats are going unnoticed by the coaching staff, Mike Quaddy, in the front office, and it'll serve him well in the future.
Almost 29 years of age. Spent a few weeks with Seattle in 2008.
The brief look I've had at him tonight, I like it. It's a very short, quick swing, and he looks like he reads the ball very well out of the pitcher's hand.
Popped up foul and back out of play. The count goes to 2-2. LaHair has also shown a lot of patience here in this game. Marty Aronoff telling us that he has already seen 26 pitches tonight in 4 plate appearances.
You would think at 28 years old, you think this is my shot, and you'd be anxious and you'd not play the game the way you know how to play the game, but he is staying the quote-unquote within himself and bringing the whole package to the table.
Fouls back to breaking ball.
Little Keith Hernandez right there. Little Rusty Staub? I don't know. I can't. Can you go back that far? Can you find somebody in there? I know you can.
Rusty's here tonight.
I know.
Is Rusty here tonight?
Yep. Rusty was in the pregame ceremonies.
And Rusty has been the leader of the Firemen and Policemen's Widow Association even pre 9/11. He's been doing that for 30 years now. Dedicated to a cause, and one of the great guys. One of the great guys I ever played with, coached, and been associated with.
He helped escort some of those people onto the field in the pregame ceremony.
Ceremonies all around baseball today, notably also in Washington and in Pittsburgh, about 80 miles away from Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the site of the crash of Flight 93. And of course here in New York City. And it is a spirited group right now here at Citi Field. As we've got a wave going on around the ballpark. Hoping their Mets can pull off a comeback. They got 2 in the bottom of the 6th, down a run. And trying to keep it that way here with the Cubs batting at the top of the 7th. And LaHair again having another quality at bat.
Falling off quality pitches, down and in, up and in. Had one up and away. The only place the pitch hasn't been yet is low and away. And we're waiting for that, aren't we? We'll see if he has a check swing, if it's a breaking ball low and away, or if he sees it early, he can take it early.
Draws the walk as he reaches base for the 4th time tonight. Bayer Advanced Aspirin wants you to know that for the rest of the season, Bayer will be donating $10 to the Red Cross for every strike thrown at 95 miles per hour or faster. For more information, log on to speedupyourrelief.com. So we know if Terry Collins goes to Bobby Parnell at some point tonight, there will be some donations made. 95 is taking a little off for him, Bulldog.
You just have to work on the strike part.
Yep.
Terry Collins mentioned a great arm, but he has given him a few headaches this year. His lack of control in command.
Here's Carlos Pena. Pena had an RBI triple in the first, has also walked and flat out. Parnell getting an opportunity to close for the Mets after K-Rod was traded to Milwaukee, but it has not gone all that well. Manny Acosta has gotten one save, might get another opportunity. Parnell just the command not there consistently. Ripped into right field, a base hit for Pena. LaHare is on his way to third. Going to be held there on a ringing double by Pena, who is also having a big night. The 3, 4, 5 hitters for the Cubs. LaHare, Pena, and the guy coming to the plate right now, Tyler Colvin. They have a combined 6 hits, and 5 of them are extra base hits.
And the left-handed specialist stays in the game for another left-hander. A walk and a double isn't quite doing your job, Earl.
He hasn't gotten the ball to the outer half of the plate and down. They've been up over the middle or missing inside. There it is.
Voila.
Well, there's better news on the scoreboard now for Colvin if he chooses to fixate on that giant scoreboard out in center field.
I thought our graphics had gone back in time there for a minute. Like, what's that? I haven't seen that all year.
2 hits and 3 RBIs for the young man. Swing and a miss again, 0-2. There you go.
What was it, 147? Or 155?
Yeah. Went down to 146 after the pop up in the first, up 9 points in the last 2 at bats. A little bit high. So the Mets get 2 in the bottom of the 6th, and now here are the Cubs threatening to answer right back in the top of the 7th and extend their lead. The Mets have the infield halfway, would you say, up the middle, Bobby? Somewhat in? How would you describe where Reyes and Tejada are?
I would call that halfway. If the ball's hit hard, the runner at third will probably hold, even though Pena's asking what he's going to do. Pena now is at second base, is asking the coach, if it's hit hard to the second baseman, is he going to go? What should I do? This is a communication situation.
I think they're going to make it go through. Von de Jesus gave him a little shot with his hand, kind of moving it back and forth, like make it go through, make it go through.
It won't matter in this at bat as Colvin strikes out for the first out. And Terry Collins is on his way to the mound to make a pitching change. We will step aside here at Citi Field. The Cubs up 4-3 as the Mets go to the pen with Pedro Beato on his way into the ballgame. What was once known as Ground Zero, now known as the new World Trade Center complex. Very much under construction. The opening of the reflective pools today, the continued construction of the building known as One World Trade Center, which will be 1,776 feet high. It will be the tallest building in the United States as the construction continues in Lower Manhattan. Ground ball to short. Meanwhile, back here at the game as LeMahieu hits one sharply to short, and Reyes comes home, and they get LaHare at the plate. LeMahieu reaching on the fielder's choice 2 down as Pedro Beato has entered the game now on the mound for the Mets.
So we saw in the prior play they were going to let the ball go through with no outs, and then with 1 out it was going to be contact. Even with the men back, this is a hard hit ball. Reyes backhands it, throws a strike to Polino at home. Easy out. No chance of scoring.
So 2 down, runners at first and second, 4-3 Cubs, and the batter was Darwin Barney.
And the interesting thing on that play, prior to that, Pena, who was at second, was asking Ivan de Jesus if he was going to go or not. That's so he could come over if in fact he's going. Now he's still at second base because the ground ball was to short and it was in front of him, and he stayed at second.
Pedro Beato into the game for the Mets, the 4th pitcher of the night. Lived in Queens at the time of the attacks 10 years ago, and went to high school in Brooklyn. So very much affected by the tragic events of 9/11. We will keep it here during the break for the singing of God Bless America, another tradition that began after 9/11. American Idol star and Queens native Pia Toscano is here to sing God Bless America at the end of this half inning. To right field. Inning over. Cubs squander an opportunity, and it is still a 1-run game. 7th inning stretch is upon us here at Citi Field.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, remove your hats, and direct your attention to the field for the singing of God Bless America. Please welcome New York City native, American Idol Season 10 finalist, and Interscope Records recording artist, Pia Toscano, who is accompanied by our city's first responders. We now honor all the heroic men and women who keep our beautiful nation safe and free, including the brave men and women of New York City's uniformed emergency services.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with fire.
More shots from New York City over the weekend. These shots that you just saw from Staten Island, where the fire department of Staten Island held an annual ceremony today saluting the 78 Staten Island firefighters who lost their lives 10 years ago. Back here at Citi Field, where the Cubs lead the Mets 4-3 with Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser, and former New York Mets star, the man who threw out the ceremonial first pitch tonight, John Franco. John, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
A very emotional night. We've had your teammates Todd Zeile, Mike Piazza in. Everything come rushing back to you today?
Yeah, it came full circle. You know, it seems like yesterday that we were here having the ceremony and in the parking lot unloading trucks and doing various things all through the city.
Jose Reyes will lead it off. As a New Yorker, you know, not only to play here but to have grown up here too, hit you a couple of different ways. Obviously.
Yeah, it hurt a lot. I mean, one of those firemen that you mentioned, the 78 from Staten Island, was one of my son's Little League coaches. So, and a good friend of mine who I played football with on Sundays, Sal Calabro, we lost him too. He was a firefighter. So, and my wife had a friend's husband who worked for Cantor. So it hit home, and it's like getting a punch in the stomach. Yeah. And I moved from Staten Island to about 5 blocks from Ground Zero. So I've been in there sort of from a hole in the ground to what it's becoming right now.
Yeah. And Johnny was the captain of that team, Dan, and he led the guys through those difficult times. And, you know, when the question came up of whether or not we should actually resume play in New York, Johnny was one of the guys who was standing with me in that clubhouse saying, we have to play in New York. There's not a question of whether we should or not.
Yeah,
we had
absolutely.
to. Yeah.
And I can tell you, I don't know what the other guys had said that they were up here, but this guy right here, this is the guy you want in a foxhole with you at any time. He led us not only on the field but off the field, and we just followed him from day one. You know, practice, and then we went out into the parking lot and unloaded trucks, and he sent us ahead to Pittsburgh while he stood back here and still unloaded and came back to Pittsburgh, no sleep. I mean, he worked relentless, and I have so much respect for what he did, and I think all my teammates have so much respect for what Bobby did that, you know, we just followed him, and it was just a pleasure being around him and showing what a great leader he was.
And again, as we mentioned earlier, Bobby was honored with the Branch Rickey Award for Outstanding Community Service in 2002 for the efforts that he and the Mets put forth in the wake of the attacks in 2001. As a New Yorker, John, and as somebody who lives now in Lower Manhattan, we wanted to ask you, talk to us about not just the rebuilding efforts at the area once known as Ground Zero, but the businesses coming in, people moving to that part of the city, just how life has gotten back to normal as much as possible.
I can tell you, I've been down there for 3-4 years now, and it is booming. Everybody wants to move down to Tribeca. Businesses are great. The restaurants are great down there. My favorite restaurant is Rock's, an Italian restaurant that I love to eat in. A nice little family restaurant. It's one of my favorite places. The apartments, everything's getting filled up so fast. And Ground Zero, from like I said before, from a hole in the ground. Yep. To show that they're building it bigger and better. It's just amazing how it's going.
A beautiful live shot there. Again, the tribute in light that we have shown you on a number of occasions tonight. The memorial, the reflective pools and so forth, open to the public as of tomorrow morning. It was open for family members today. It's a ground ball up the middle, and Tejada is retired 2 down. And the building, the huge building, One World Trade Center, expected to be open, I believe, in 2013. And just more and more construction coming. You must walk by it on almost a daily basis.
I go by it quite a bit, driving back, you know, in and out of the city or walking past it. It's just a great job, and you know, the police and firemen and all the emergency workers have done such a great job. But you know, the construction workers, you got to tip your hat to those guys. Those guys are down there 24/7, getting that thing going. The iron workers, it's just amazing how it all has come together and how it's all rebuilding. And it's going to be a beautiful sight down there.
When you were out on the field before the game tonight, throwing out the ceremonial first pitch to Mike Piazza, the PA announcer welcomed you as former New York Mets star and New Yorker John Franco, surrounded by emergency response people, Tuesday's Children, the organization the Mets are involved with, your ex-teammates. I mean, I can't even imagine what a lump in your throat there must have been.
I had a lump, tears. I wasn't sure if I was going to reach Mike. All I kept hearing was my son's voice in the back of my head, "Don't bounce it." And I told him before the game, I said, "I've been bouncing balls for 20 years."
Greatest line ever.
I've been bouncing balls for 20 years, and they were swinging at, so why should tonight be any different?
You didn't throw a screwball.
No, I was just happy to get it there, Earl.
Hey, let's be fair. Mike didn't give you much of a target. That was not a cat. He was not getting down on a squat.
I didn't want him to get down because I was afraid I was going to bounce it. But it's this. It was this great seeing, being back here, seeing Bobby and my former teammates, and how everybody we felt that we were part of it. We were a little Band-Aid in a big wound, and we did our part. Visiting. I can remember going down to Ground Zero. Remember, Bobby, when we went down to Ground Zero, just to look on the rescue workers' face and how determined and how tired they were, but they were still determined to get the job done. And I'll never forget that. The wreckage and the destruction down there. And we were walking through, and it was just something I would never forget.
2 outs, nobody on. Full count pitch on the way. And just inside, ball 4 as Duda draws the walk. Let's go back pregame and show you that first pitch we were talking about. John Franco on the mound. Mike Piazza behind the plate. Plenty to spare.
Yeah.
Plenty.
I'm just glad I got it there. That's all. I've been throwing a lot of BP to my son, but that's only from 40 feet. But it's good to see Mike and the guys back. And Mike and I, we both had some tears in our eyes. And how can't you have tears when you're standing on the line, especially next to the Tuesday's Children? And we visited a firehouse on Friday together, and the one particular firehouse that we visited, they had 13 members lost. So we were in there for a couple hours with the firemen, and it's just a pleasure being around those guys. The job that they do, the fire and police, you can't put a price tag on what they do.
The official toll of those who died on 9/11 in New York, or on 9/11, I shouldn't say in New York. This includes Shanksville. This includes the Pentagon. Is 2,977. 343 of them were firefighters here in New York City. 23 New York police officers and 37 Port Authority police officers. So over 400 emergency response first responders lost their lives, saving countless others on 9/11.
Yeah, you hear stories about emergency workers down in the lobby of the building directing people out while they know the building's coming down, and they would tell them, don't go left, go right, go out this way, and and then the building came down on them, and they saved so many lives that you have to take your hat off to them.
Runner at first, 2 down. David Wright is the batter. The Mets down a run here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 2-0.
Yeah, Johnny, we played the sport for years, and you were the hero of many games, saving as many as you did. Mike Piazza was a hero that night, but really heroes were redefined during those days.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. What we do is, we enjoy the game, we love the game, but what those men and women do every day is put their lives on the line and protect us so we can sleep better at night. And you just, like I said before, you can't put a price tag on what these men and women do for the city of New York and all over the country.
We had quite a contingent from around the country, too. Other first responders who came in. I saw them today on the streets from Boston, from Detroit. I know a lot of my first responders from Stamford, Connecticut, who responded to Ground Zero are here tonight, giving honor to all of those around.
Yeah, everybody just wanted to be part of it. And the thing I remember, too, Bobby, remember when we went back to Pittsburgh and we went on the field and the Pirate fans gave us a standing ovation.
Incredible.
And something I won't forget, because back when all of this happened, it just the whole country united as one. And it was just a great feeling that to know that Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania was with us when the plane went down outside of Pittsburgh, and we were in Pittsburgh at the time, and we had to go to a hotel 30 minutes away up in the mountains, and
walking to
dinner every night, and that bus ride back. I remember it was just a normal bus ride, and when we got close to the city, it was just a hush on the bus that You couldn't hear nothing.
John, we really appreciate you stopping by and spending some time with us and giving us a New Yorker's perspective.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much.
It.
John Franco.
See you, buddy.
Well done, Johnny. Good job.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. MLB.TV, baseball everywhere. Watch over 100 live out-of-market games per week online and on your favorite devices. Visit MLB.TV for details. Dan Schulman, Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser back with you at Citi Field. Our thanks to Todd Zeile, Mike Piazza, and John Franco for all coming in and spending some time with us tonight. Coy Hill leads it off for the Cubs in the 8th inning. Chicago leading the Mets 4-3. Hill is 1 for 3 tonight. Bunted foul up the third baseline. And it's a ball and a strike on Hill as Blake DeWitt has come out in the on-deck circle into Matt Garza's spot. Teams just trying to finish up strong, play spoiler when given the opportunity against one of the contenders. One week from tonight, we'll be in Philadelphia as the Phillies host the St. Louis Cardinals, who won again today, beat Atlanta, swept them, moved within 4.5 of the Braves for the National League wild card spot. How about that? One down as Hill is retired.
The Braves are really struggling with their starting pitching, and you know, their bullpen has been so good. Had a couple hiccups here lately with Venters and Kimbrel. But, you know, without the great offense, without McCann hitting, that's a team that the Atlanta Braves that really hasn't hit a slump this year and might start questioning themselves if they stay in this slump this time of the year.
Here's DeWitt.
Those young guys in the bullpen, those pieces are really getting up there in appearances too.
Over 70.
Over 70. You think if they make it all the way through October, they'd be close to 100 appearances?
Could be. Yep.
Wow.
DeWitt with a ground ball to second. And just like that, 2 down. Big story in the American League is the continued struggles of the Boston Red Sox, who were blown out by Tampa Bay today 9-1 as the Rays swept them to move within 3.5 games of the Red Sox for the American League wildcard spot with a 4-game series between the two teams at Fenway Park next Thursday through Sunday. Also, very quietly, Mariano Rivera picked up career save number 599 today in the Yankees' 6-5 win over the Angels. So he is right on the heels of Trevor Hoffman and his all-time record of 601. Buster Olney reporting down from field level that David Ortiz, when asked after the game today, is it time to panic? Big Papi said, yep, it's time to panic.
I like it when they're truthful.
Swing and a miss, a ball and a strike.
Boston's having major situations with their starting staff. Still a very fine offensive team, but you have to have someone in the middle of the diamond, and they just don't have it right now. Praying for Buchholz to come back.
Youkilis is out right now with an injury. Pedroia's been struggling. They've got a series left with the Yankees in addition to their series left with the Rays. And the Rays have 7 games left with the Yankees between now and the end of the season.
Right now the Rays have the best starting pitching in the American League East.
Castro with a base hit into center field. That'll extend a hitting streak for him to a 12-gamer. It's his National League leading 187th hit on the season.
He hits this ball off the end of the bat a little, but he hits it well enough to get it into the outfield for a base hit. But the bat gets into the perfect launching position. You see the elbow come down. You see his hands get above the ball. And you see him push this ball out into the center field for a base hit.
That'll bring us to a pitching change for the Mets. The Cubs up 4-3 here in the top of the 8th. A day of reflection and remembrance across the country, and no place more so than here in New York City as we welcome you back. Sunday night baseball from Citi Field, and so many different ways to think about what happened 10 years ago and what has happened in the aftermath of 9/11, Bobby.
Yes, we've been at war, the war against terror, and we've aptly recognized so many men and women in uniform who keep us safe at home. But of course, we live in the land of the free because of the brave. And we have to thank and tip our caps to so many servicemen and women who have risked their lives and been wounded in war, in the longest war that we've had in American history. Thank you for everything you do. for keeping us safe.
Well said. Left-hander Daniel Herrera is on now for the Mets. He was picked up as part of the Francisco Rodriguez trade with Milwaukee. Came over on the 1st of September and has pitched well with the Mets. Those are his combined numbers. He's not allowed to run in 5 appearances with the Mets.
There's a really good screwball right there.
How many guys are throwing the
On
screwball
cue.
these days?
Not many.
No.
Not many people throw screwballs these days. I think Jim Brewer was the last really successful left-handed screwball pitcher with the Los Angeles Dodgers in the early 70s and late 70s.
And Fernando Valenzuela, of course.
Of course.
And
As a
Johnny
starter.
Franco.
Johnny Franco threw a change-up. It was like it had action like a screwball. But this kid throws a very good screwball. He's all 5 feet 6.5 tall. He's not afraid to throw inside the right-handers to keep him honest, and then throws that pitch, which is really difficult to hit and also difficult to catch at times.
And Castro will take second.
I think fewer people throw the screwball because of the new change-up grips that exist and the way pitchers have experimented over the years with taking velocity off the ball but also adding spin. I think years ago it was really about just taking the velocity off, and now it's really about creating movement.
Reyes and dug out at first by Evans to end the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th here in New York. The Mets coming up, down a run. Shots taken this weekend in Manhattan as we again show you a slice of life from each of the 5 boroughs in New York City. Or just saw some pictures from the New York City Fire Museum located at 278 Spring Street, which includes a special memorial for the 343 firefighters who died on 9/11. Back here at Citi Field, we go to the bottom of the 8th. It's the Cubs 4 and the Mets 3. And a ball one inside taken by Angel Pagan against the new Cubs pitcher. Left-hander Sean Marshall is into the game, having another very strong season, primarily in a setup role. He'll face Pagan, Jason Bay, and Nick Evans here in the bottom of the 8th. The Mets down a run. And a strike at the knees to even it up at 1-1. Now playing center field for the Cubs is Marlon Byrd. Pagan 1 for 3 tonight, had an RBI double back in the first inning. A little bit low, ball 2. Each team got a run in the first. Cubs got 2 in the third, another in the 5th. The Mets with 2 in the 6th, and now in the bottom of the 8th, still 4-3 Cubs. Into right field, a base hit. And you just know there are a lot of fans here, probably many of whom, Bobby, were at the game September 21st, 2001, the first game back in New York, when Mike Piazza hit the 2-run homer in the bottom of the 8th when the Mets were down a run to turn the game around. Eventually the game-winning home run. Maybe there's a little more New York magic in the air here tonight.
But, you know, neither team played their A lineup coming into this game, and Mike Quaddy said he wants to see a lot of the young players, but both managers and both teams play these games to win. The win and the loss goes on the manager's record. The win and the loss goes on the pitcher's record. It's all building not only a fundamental of playing and how you play the game. There's Terry Collins, who's 3 under 500 now, wants very much to get the 500 before the end of the year. So they're playing this as though it's the 3rd or 4th game of a World Series.
Jason Bay, the batter.
Not necessarily 7th game. Sorry.
What he likes about his team is they have continued to play hard all season. A ton of injuries derailed any hopes of contending they might have had, but they have continued to play hard and try to get to that elusive 500 mark, which they've been at and over a few times this year. Dropped back under it recently. 1-2 the count on Bay.
They got the right hitter at the plate. He has been hot. I don't know if that's Jekyll or Hyde. Bobby says he gets hot and cold, but he's the positive one right now, seeing the ball well.
Two and 2.
Jason, yep.
If he throws him one of those down and in breaking balls, happens to leave it up a little bit. It's the kind of pitch that a right-hander loves to pull for a long fly ball down the left field line. Possibly could turn into a home run. He's shown that's the pitch that he has the most confidence in right now. He wants to throw to him.
And Marshall's definitely trying to pitch him inside, because by this time of the season they know Jason Bay likes the ball out over the plate that he could hook and pull down the left field line or into the left center field gap. So they're going to continue to work him inside, I believe, to try to get him out. Here's that breaking ball. They want it down and in. If he leaves it up, it'll be right where Orel says he likes it.
Well, if you watch Jason Bay in his at-bat ritual, when he goes to take the practice swing and he kind of jiggles the bat, it's kind of right in the sweet spot where that breaking ball would come. See right there? Boom, boom, low-end breaking ball. So I think he's almost warming up for that low-end breaking ball there. I'd watch going in there.
Oh, runner is going, swing and a miss. Bay gone, and down to second base safely is Pagan.
He didn't leave it up. He threw a perfect one
really
down and
one.
in.
Yep.
Jason swung right over.
Jason was with him on the same page mentally, understanding where he wanted to go to get him out. He was getting ready for it, but just really good, sharp bite, good finish. Bobby talked earlier about you know how to get a hitter out, but it also comes to execution, and that was executed perfectly by Sean Marshall.
With the tying run at second base, now with a 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. After Bay strikes out, the batter is going to be Nick Evans. Doubled in a run his last time up. On the appeal, he didn't go. It's ball one. Swing and a miss at an 88-mile-an-hour cut fastball there for Marshall to even it up at 1-1. And now maybe they're going to change some signs, Oral, with a runner out at second base.
Yep. Whenever you get a runner out in second base and you see maybe a little body language that you don't like, you might not have your signs, but you just don't like the body language out there that could be relaying him. So you bring in a middle infielder. Darwin Barney comes in. He'll relay to Castro if he's concerned about that, but I know Barney is, and shading. Everybody needs to be on the same page. You go second sign a lot of times with relievers, but then after they're in a while, you've got to take them to another level, another place. Relievers like them very simple because they don't have as many innings as starters and don't get as comfortable having the man on second with all the reps.
1-2. What makes Marshall so difficult to hit? He's not an overpowering guy. What makes him so tough?
He throws everything in on right-handers. When he throws the ball away, he tries to get the ball off the plate away. He cuts it in. He throws a breaking ball down and in. And right-handers have a very difficult time keeping him fair when they do put the bat on the ball.
Forcing Pagan back to the bag. Activity in the Cub pen. His right-hander Jeff Samardzija is now throwing.
And you'll see the catcher go with his left foot to get inside. Boom.
And that pitch hits Evans.
Yep.
So Pagan will have to go back to second as Evans makes his way down to first. And Mike Quaddy on his way out to the mound, and he wants Samardzija. So it is a short outing for Sean Marshall. And Samardzija will come into the game here with a tying run at second, the go-ahead run at first, with just one out in the bottom of the 8th inning. Monday Night Football returns to ESPN tomorrow with 2 games between division rivals. It begins at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. It'll be the Patriots and the Miami Dolphins. And then at 10:15 Eastern Time, it's the Raiders and the Broncos. Football is back. And Tarico and the guys doing an outstanding job. Looking forward to watching them bring us Monday Night Football all season long.
Double headers now in football. Open it up with a double header. Tell you what, a lot of people across America glad the NFL came back to work.
You know, we saw Peyton Manning a few weeks ago when we were in St. Louis.
Right.
Colorado was playing, and I met Peyton out in the hallway. Remember, we started talking. Afterwards, he said, "There's no way this guy's going to play this year." Right. He had it worked out. His neck was slanted. He said that he had nobody had been working, training him at all, and getting his body ready. And lo and behold, he's not starting the season. And they just got killed last night in their opener without him.
You had a scoop. You could have tweeted it. You could have told Mort. You could have broken the story.
I told everyone. You know, it's just I say so many things people don't believe me. You know,
you,
me.
No, I remember. I don't think there's enough hours a day for your energy.
He was so concerned about his lack of conditioning that I was amazed.
Take as long as you want, you told him, right?
I told him. I said, you better take at least this entire spring camp or preseason to get ready. But he had no chance of being ready, and I feel really bad for him, and game's going to miss one of those truly great ones.
Very much so. Dan Shulman, Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser, bottom of the 8th inning here at Citi Field. Jeff Samardzija is into the game for the Cubs. 69th appearance of the season for him. A guy who's been pitching very well lately. Now, when his command is on, he is awfully tough to hit, and he's trying to protect a 1-run lead for the Cubs. Josh Tolle is going to be the pinch hitter batting for Ronnie Paulino. Left-hand hitting catcher coming up for the right-hand hitting Paulino.
You think the game doesn't matter, but I think it really matters to these two clubs, especially the Mets. And I think there's butterflies on the white shirt side. I think they want it bad. It's not real hard to look for a reason to want to win when you're a New York Met tonight.
Pagan out at second, Evans at first. One out in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Cubs up a run.
And with the left-handed hitter up, if in fact Pagan decides to steal third, he'll have an easy shot throwing him out at third. I doubt that he will go, yet Castro thinks there's a chance he's really holding him closely. I'd be concerned of giving that hole up between third and short, because Tolle can slap it there very easily and create a tie game. Castro's walking back. You'll see him holding the runner on and then trying to race back to his position.
Line to third. 2 down.
Tolle was thinking about going that way, but he just missed the old 5.5 hole.
A good piece of hitting, but a good piece of positioning by the Cubs to have third baseman off the line right there.
Another pinch hitter coming up now for the Mets, Justin Turner, who had the game-winning RBI double on Friday against the Cubs. It's one of the guys that Terry Collins described as one of the nice surprises for the Mets this year. Turner has gotten an opportunity because of some of the other injuries, has played well. Inside, ball 1.
Yeah, he's played plenty of positions. He's had tough at-bats. He's able to hit the ball to right field as well as most good right-handed hitters. Hits the breaking ball and really stays within himself. He's a very good little baseball player and has a spot, I believe, on this team next year and beyond.
In again, ball 2. Turner can reach. Jose Reyes would come up here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Turner's clinging to a 1-run lead.
Turner's got a keyhole him right here with Reyes up and not trying to do too much himself. He's in a hitter's count, but he's got to look for his pitch.
His pitch would be that same fastball, the entire ball on the inside part of the plate that'll drive to right center field. Sunk on him a little. He tried to just fight it off at 2-0. That's not what you're doing there, Al. No. Cute.
Some kids being allowed to stay a little late, maybe miss a little school tomorrow here to watch this game Sunday night. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
It was a mistake, but it was after a whole bunch of good fastballs in that gains you a lot of room for pitches that are in another place but happen to be wrong and not very well executed. That would have been a hanger if he'd have hit it.
Knocked down by Samardzija, and he'll flip to first, dropped at first, and the tying run will score.
looked like a difficult ball for Pena to see as the runner's going down to first base, and Samardzic throws it over his left shoulder. Looks like Pena was blocked out a little and stabs at the ball right at the end. As Karam's off his glove oil, he's running towards the base. Something blocked Pena out there.
Yeah, I think the fact that he had to turn his glove over, expects the ball to be hard, and Samardzic just spikes it into the ground, didn't throw it very hard. It almost looked like he could have beat it out even if Pena catches the ball. Everything was arriving at the same time.
Now Jason Pridey comes on to run at second base for Nick Evans. The go-ahead run here with 2 down in the bottom of the 8th inning. And here's Jose Reyes. .98 miles an hour, the radar gun says on that pitch by Samardzic. The scoring on the last play is a base hit for Turner and an error on Samardzic, allowing the run to come in. No RBI on the play. Wouldn't Reyes love to do some damage right here, but it does not look like it's going to happen as he pops it up right near the plate, and the inning is over. The Mets have tied it at the end of 8. It's 4-4. Tied at 4 as we go to the top of the 9th inning here at Citi Field. Dan Schulman, Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser. Sunday Night Baseball. Number of changes for the Mets, including a new pitcher, Manny Acosta, who, because of the trade of Francisco Rodriguez and the struggles of Bobby Parnell, will be given the odd opportunity to close a game. He'll come on to try to preserve a tie here in the top of the 9th inning. Josh Tolley stays in the game behind the plate. Lucas Duda is at first base right now, and Jason Pridey has stayed in the game in right field. Brian LaHair is going to be the batter for the Cubs. He has had a big night. 2 doubles, 2 walks, and 3 runs scored.
And continues to impress, even at 28 years old, coming out of the minor leagues with very little big league experience.
A high fly ball down the right field line towards the corner and foul. After LaHair, scheduled to Carlos Pena and Tyler Colvin in what has been a very productive part of the Cubs lineup. They've got 6 hits and 3 walks between them, and have driven in all 4 of the Cubs' runs, 3 of them by Colvin. Missed with a backdoor breaking ball. 2 balls and a strike on LaHare.
You haven't really seen a good off-speed pitch in sequence thrown to LaHare yet tonight. He's really done a good job spoiling some high hard stuff and hit some mistakes. I'll tell you what, I would not be inclined to throw him a lot of fastballs. I would make him hit my off-speed pitch. I'd show him the fastball, especially the fastball up. The swing was very grooved for the low pitch, especially the low middle of the plate to middle in. Something soft and bouncing on the outer half. I'd like to see him if he can handle it or lay off of it.
Breaking ball hit in the air to left field. And right at Jason Bay, 1 down.
I like the pitch selection, not completely executed properly, but you saw it took kind of the sting out of his bat, that everything was kind of opening up and hitting to right all day. He's been hitting the ball down the right field line really hard, foul. But this one ends up on the outer half and off speed. Not a great pitch, but it's a ball, and you see 81 miles an hour, and everything's kind of spent going towards the pull side of the field, and then just hit weakly to left field.
So 1 down to the Cubs' 9th, and here's Carlos Pena. He has tripled, doubled, walked, and flied out. 27 home runs on the season. And a breaking ball for a strike.
And if he hits a home run with the new metrics, does he get a on-base cycle?
I'm not sure there's.
Oh, no?
I'm not sure there's such a term yet.
Just wondering.
Yeah. Because he has walked, doubled, and tripled.
Yes.
Don't put it by our partner to not invent this.
Yeah.
That's kind of a cycle, right?
Mm-hmm. 0-2. Shift on, 3 Mets on the right side of the infield. Carlos Marmol, the Cubs closer, who has had a Jekyll and Hyde season, is up in the pen right now. 9 blown saves for Marmol.
Really interesting to hear Mike Waddy talk about him and what they might ask him to do to refine his mechanics and to find the toolbox for a pitcher to be more consistent over the offseason.
Yes, he did. 2 down. So now Colvin, 2 for 4, and he's driven in 3 runs. Costa frustrated with himself. The Mets have to figure out who their closer is going to be in 2012 with no more K-Rod. Right now Parnell struggling. Jason Isringhausen got a number of saves for them last month. Acosta being given an opportunity right now. Parnell certainly got the arm, 99, sometimes 100 miles per hour. In yesterday's game, with runners at second and third and 2 down, Terry Collins had Parnell pitch to Aramis Ramirez because he was worried if he intentionally walked Ramirez with the bases loaded, Parnell might have trouble throwing strikes, and then if he walked somebody, that would be it. But he said, hey, this is the big leagues. I've got to have faith in him that he can throw strikes. And Terry Collins told us before the game he regrets the decision that he made yesterday.
Yeah, you definitely have to trust your players, and Terry knows that as well as anyone. And he had him pitch to a pretty good RBI man and got burned on it, and Parnell wound up with another loss.
Production level, not a development level.
2-2 the count on Colvin.
Yeah, Tyler, you can see how they're trying to throw him up in the zone because his approach is one where his hands really start down as he starting to swing the ball, so his hands are always above the high pitch, below the high pitch, and consequently he fouls it off or pops it up or swings and misses.
Chases down and away. Nasty pitch there from Acosta. And the Cubs go in order. The Mets will come up. 1 run will win it as we head to the bottom of the 9th. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning here at Citi Field. You gotta believe, says this Mets fan. Tied at 4 as the Mets got 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 8th on an unearned run to tie the game. A little dramatics in store here in the bottom of the 9th, perhaps. Ruben Tejada, Lucas Duda, and David Wright, the scheduled hitters. Jeff Samardzija still on the mound for the Cubs. Fastball for a strike. Duda, the number 3 hitter in the Met lineup, Wright, the cleanup hitter. And a foul back. It's 0-2. Samardzija's throwing hard. He's thrown pitches at 96, 97, and 98 already tonight.
And Dan, in the 6th inning, when the Cubs had a 4-1 lead, it was Earl who said David Wright's going to come up in the 9th inning and hit a home run to win this game. Yes?
They had 2 candidates, Reyes and Wright, and he's batting 3rd this inning.
Base hit left field. Big turn by Tejada. Almost halfway to second base before scampering back.
Well, do you bunt him over, Bobby,
No.
and possibly lose David's bat?
No.
I don't think so.
No, Lucas is proving himself to be a middle of the lineup hitter. He's a left-handed hitter who likes to pull the ball, even though this fastball's tough to pull, but you have a hole there that creates a 1st and 3rd situation in a hurry with no outs. If, in fact, he can use the hole or hit a gap and send the hometown fans home with a smile.
Here's Duda, 0 for 3 with a walk tonight. Tejada with 3 stolen bases on the season and being held on at first by Pena. Nobody out. Tie game, bottom of the 9th. Outside, a ball and a strike. A Samardzija throwing error allowing the tying run to score in the bottom of the 8th inning. Many of the servicemen and servicewomen who were here with the ballgame, there are many of them, still here deep into the night. Bottom of the 9th inning. To left field, dropping a base hit. 2 on with nobody out in the bottom of the 9th. David Wright coming to the plate.
2 great at bats to set the table for the Mets and for this guy.
Well, I like it when you can predict it four innings before what we were going to see, keeping the people around, knowing that the hero is going to get a chance in the 9th inning to be a hero. He is the right stuff.
David stepped out and wore the firefighter hat in the dugout. He was the only one. He's now the only one at the plate.
There's a reason.
The winning run at second, Tejada. At first, due to nobody out. Wright, the batter. Ground ball to third. There's one, and that's all they will get. As LeMahieu had some indecision, do I throw to second? And by the time he thought it over, he didn't have a play at first anymore.
All defensive players have to stand out there and say, I want the ball hit to me, and then they have to say to themselves, if the ball is hit to me, what am I going to do with it? Here's David Wright getting on top of this ball and hitting a ground ball to third. So he wanted the ball hit to him, and then when he gets it, he has to know what he's going to do with it. Step on third, throw to first, get the double play. Instead, he steps on third, thinking about second, does not get a double play. Consequently, there's only 1 out. Could be a man on second and 2.
That's a run through the bag. Keep your momentum. Get an angle towards first base and just gun it over there. That was hit hard enough to get a double play.
So now Duda at second, Wright at first on the fielder's choice. 1 out. And Samardzija will face Angel Pagan. Ball 1.
Angel's a good fastball hitter. He's going to get a fastball in a fastball count, and he'll probably put a very good swing on it.
To the backstop, and the runners advance.
The choices now are play the infield in and pitch to the left-hander, or you're going to have everyone come in, or you're going to walk Pagan, load the bases, and have Bay be the hitter with the bases loaded. They're going to load the bases here. Then you have to have the outfield come in, and the infield doesn't have to play in. They can play in double play depth because you have the right-handed hitting Bay coming up. So when we say the outfield in, you have to play shallow enough that your arm will carry you home. That means you can't catch a ball where you're standing and have the runner be able to tag at third and score. So here comes the outfield. They're all coming in. It takes away a single, but anything that you have to go back on, the game's over. Anything you come in on, you have a chance of throwing the runner out at home. Now Mike Whitey's decided to play the infield in to get the out at at home rather than playing them in double play depth. The right-handed hitter up.
Bases loaded with one out as the Mets try to win it here in the bottom of the ninth. Jason Bay is the batter, 1 for 3 with a walk, 1 for 2 lifetime against Samardzija. And a strike at the belt, 0-1. LaHare in left, Bird in center, Colvin in right, all pulled in close in the outfield. The infielders are in as well. Chop foul, 0-2. Bay upset with himself after he struck out last inning against Sean Marshall, muttering to himself on his way back to the dugout for swinging over the top of a down and in breaking ball. Now just trying to fight something off and somehow find a way to drive in the winning run from third base. To third, coming home for out number 2, down to first, not in time. Bases loaded, 2 down. And for those of you who might have seen the Jets beat the Cowboys on a late field goal, we are here in the bottom of the ninth inning, Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Dan Schulman to Bobby Valentine, Orel Hershiser, and the Mets got the first 2 men on this inning, but now have the bases loaded with 2 down as they try to beat the Cubs. They got 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 8th to tie it. Can they win it here in the bottom of the ninth? Jason Pridey is the batter. His first at bat of the night, came on as a pinch runner an inning ago. Tonight's ball game, of course, marked with a lot of emotion here in New York City. 10th anniversary of 9/11, a stirring pregame ceremony that lasted about 15 minutes here at Citi Field. So many servicemen and women here in attendance here tonight. Hoping to see their hometown Mets pull out a victory here in the bottom of the ninth.
The defense is playing normal now. They just need 1 out to get out of this. And you always talk about never overrunning bases. This is a situation where the runner at first can overrun second base. He doesn't have to go in sliding. If the ball's hitting the hole, it's short. The second baseman comes over to try to stretch. You just run right into left field and touch the base. If you're safe, the run scores, and then they can try to tag you out. One of the few times that you overrun bases other than first and home is on that 2 out bases loaded situation, tie game last inning.
1-2 now, the count on Pridey. The potential winning run. David Wright is at third base. Samardzija 97, 98, even occasionally 99 miles per hour tonight with some movement. And he's still giving up a couple of hits this inning. Bases loaded, 2 down. 2-2 pitch. Friday checked it. There's the appeal. Yes, he did, says Joe West. The count is full. Runners will be on the move. It comes down to this. And he struck him out to end the inning. Samardzija gets out of it to the 10th. Here at Citi Field tonight, a giant flag unfurled in the outfield by members of Tuesday's Children, an organization started by the New York Mets to help those affected by the tragedy of 9/11. John Franco throwing out the ceremonial first pitch to Mike Piazza, two of the stars of the 2001 New York Mets. And a lot of emotion in the house as this night began. 10th anniversary of 9/11 here in New York City. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. We come to you live from Citi Field, the home of the Mets. They were the team that played the first professional sporting event in New York City back in 2001, and they won that game on a Mike Piazza home run in the bottom of the 8th inning. That was on September the 21st, 2001. They sure had their chances to win this one in the bottom of the 9th. But we go on to extra innings as Reed Johnson comes up as a pinch hitter for the Cubs. Batting in the spot of DJ LeMahieu. Manny Acosta's on the mound for the Mets. And a breaking ball for a strike. 4 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors for the Cubs. One of them costly. The error by Jeff Samardzija that allowed the tying run to score in the bottom of the 8th inning. 4 runs, 11 hits, 1 error for the Mets. Cubs have left 10 men on. The Mets have left 12, including the bases loaded in the just completed bottom of the 9th. Out in front of the breaking ball, and it's fouled back 1-2. After Johnson, Darwin Barney, and then Coy Hill, the 6, 7, and 8 hitters in the Cubs lineup.
3 breaking balls in a row. Probably throw a fastball up here. Finish him off with breaking balls later in the count.
Fastball up, foul it off.
Bobby, explain to the audience at home that when we know the sequence as a hitter or a pitcher, that we still continue with that sequence, and why the hitter doesn't hit it if he knows what's coming.
Sometimes I just don't know. I don't know that they know.
It's still hard to do it, though.
Yeah, it's still hard
still
to do it.
Really
you could
hard
tell
to
you could
do
tell
it.
someone what's coming, and it's still very, very difficult to hit it.
Yes, he did. And the tag applied, chased that breaking ball down and away.
If you watch batting practice and they're laying it right in there for him, and you watch where the balls are sprayed all over the field, you still see probably 6 out of 10 probably end up as hits in BP. And now you have a big league pitcher throwing it farther and harder, and the ratio goes down real quick, even when they know what's coming.
But you know what we always say, Earl. The further you get away from home plate, the easier it is.
Oh, right. No, I wasn't. I know how hard it is.
And so I could see what's going on. You could see what's going on and what will happen. But then they might even know what's happening and just get caught up in the moment.
But plenty of times we're sitting with fans and we're sitting there saying, this is what he's going to do. And
right.
You're like, well, if you know, the hitter must know, so why can't he hit it? And it's just really hard to do.
Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2 on Darwin Barney, who is 1 for 4 tonight and 5 for his last 47. A young man is a rookie, perhaps just hitting the wall, playing more baseball than he ever has before. Minor league season's wrapping up about now.
Mike Quaddy said that, says he needs to eat more, that he works all day long, plays all day long, but he gets worn down. And you could see that the bat speed isn't what it was the last time we had the Cubs. Really leaking with that front shoulder, seeing the top hand coming off the bat prematurely. And the opposition knows it also, Earl, and that's why he's getting those fastballs in.
And you not only get tired physically, you get tired mentally.
You bet.
The mental grind of concentrating this long into the season through the heat. And sometimes what you have to convince yourself is, even though I feel tired, I don't have to do more. Because it makes it worse. Because when you try to do more, it gets all your timing out of sequence, your body movements out of sequence. You start looking for energy in the wrong parts of your body, and then your mechanics are off, and you start missing the ball.
Little looper to shallow left field, and it looked like a trap, and it is. It'll be a base hit for Barney.
After throwing the inside fastballs, he throws a breaking ball away that gets hit off the end. Jason comes in, makes a nice try, and one hops this ball. Umpires all over that play. Joe West has his crew really hustling tonight.
And a pinch hitter for the Cubs. Aramis Ramirez comes off the bench. Had the 2-run single that won the game for the Cubs yesterday. And after a dismal first half, putting up big numbers here in the second half of the season. Up to 89 RBIs as Dan Worthen, the pitching coach for the Mets, is on his way out to the mound to talk to Manny Acosta. ESPN's Wednesday Night Baseball, and the hunt for October continues. It's a doubleheader at 7 Eastern. The Texas Rangers look to hold on to their lead in the American League West as they host the Cleveland Indians. And then at 10 Eastern, the Yankees continue their West Coast trip in Seattle as they take on the Mariners. ESPN's Wednesday Night Baseball also available online at ESPN3.com. The Rangers 2.5 up on the Angels. Texas beat Oakland earlier today. The Angels lost to the Yankees. Boston lost to Tampa Bay, so the Yankees now have a 3.5 game lead on the Red Sox, who in turn are only 3.5 up on the Rays. Here's Ramirez with a runner at first, 1 out, 4-4 tie in the top of the 10th. And way up in the air on the infield. David Wright wants it. 2 down.
Somebody on the Mets bench yelled, "Home run in a test tube."
Kind of an unsatisfying night for Ramirez. You sit for 4 hours, come up in extra innings as a pinch hitter, swing at the first pitch, and hit it 3 miles up in the air.
It's one of the ways that scouts grade power in the minor leagues and in the high school games and college games when they only get one look at a hitter during a day. If they can hit it that high, that means they have the bat speed to hit it for home runs. They just got to square it up.
Here's Giovanni Soto coming up as a pinch hitter in the pitcher spot.
Darwin Barney has 8 stolen bases this year. He's been caught stealing twice, and that means most of his steals are by surprise.
Not going, and a breaking ball in for a strike.
You pay attention. You make sure he doesn't get a walking lead as he's adjusting himself as he moves off the base. As a pitcher, you hold the ball until he comes settled. You make sure the distance between first base and he is not too great, and then you deliver the ball home quickly so he doesn't get a good jump. Settled. Now you can go.
The 2-1. And a foul off by Soto, 2-2. Sports Center follows the game tonight here on ESPN. Look at all the ceremonies around the country on September the 11th at Major League Baseball stadiums. First full day of action in the NFL, the women's final at the U.S. Open as well. All kinds of things going on in the world of sports. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The count on Soto as Barney dives back in. Quite a conversation over there, Barney and Duda. They've been talking for about 2 minutes straight ever since he got there.
I don't know about Duda, but I know Barney can talk.
Maybe Duda can listen. 3-2.
Barney could end up there with like a Sean Casey. He's one of those guys who can really let it rip.
He loves being around in uniform, being around the guys, talking baseball, playing baseball. And you see that Lucas Duda is holding him on here, even though it's 3-2, 2 outs, which is a good defensive play. He doesn't want him to get that extra step in case the ball's hitting the gap. So they're going to keep him close. Doesn't score on a double.
Fouled back, and we'll do it all over again. So if Varney has anything left unsaid to do, he'll get another chance to finish up the conversation.
Darwin Varney, part of Oregon State's back-to-back College World Championships. And I got to spend a lot of time with him at the College World Series. That's why I know he likes to talk. But I'll tell you what, it's not babble. He's very intelligent, very articulate. I think our base mic's getting him.
Yeah.
You just tagged
There he goes again. On the appeal, he didn't go, and it's ball 4. Soto draws the walk. 2 on, 2 out, and that'll get Starlin Castro to the plate. Let's go down to field level now with Pedro Gomez.
Guys, you guys were talking about the mental part of the game and how trying it is over the season. I was talking before the game, Alfonso Soriano was telling Castro that exact same thing, that you've played more games this year than you've ever played. Physically, you're 21, you're in great shape. It's not the physical part that's going to wear you down, it's the mental part. And Castro definitely knows what Soriano was talking about. He was in agreement telling him how exhausting the season has been. Guys?
All right, Pedro, thank you. Here is Castro with a chance to give the Cubs the lead. And he lays off high, ball 1.
Such a talented young guy. Mike Quaddy before the game and I had a talk about the last time we saw him play, and I mentioned some of his defensive habits or possibly bad habits, and Mike agreed that he just needs to focus more, but has all the talent in the world.
Bobby, baseball question, inside baseball question. You're the home team here. Do you play your outfield in to throw the guy out at the plate with 2 outs, or do you play him back? And because 1 run to me is as bad as 2 runs.
Yeah, I think
they're playing pretty deep.
I think they're respecting Castro's ability to drive the ball over their head. But, you know, with 2 outs, I definitely bring in the off outfielder on the right side to have him throw the guy out at home if, in fact, there's a base hit to right. And even with 2 strikes, I might bring everyone in. But Jason Bay is really deep.
He's really deep in left field for me. The ball that started the inning that dropped in also was because of his depth.
But you see that little spot there at his feet that's worn out?
Yeah.
Huh?
He don't move to it very often.
That's because that's where
it's
he likes to play.
The grounds crew can't even keep it green.
Yeah, there.
So he's shading him to right now?
Well, he's just a little off of his spot.
Up the middle. Diving stop. Reyes out at second. Terrific play by Reyes. And we will see him bat at the bottom of the 10th. The Mets will come up again, needing 1 run to win it after this terrific defensive play by Jose Reyes. Back here at Citi Field. It's the Cubs and Mets tied at 4 as we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Sunday night baseball, which just moments ago became Monday morning baseball here on the East Coast. It is now the 12th of September here on the East Coast. Some changes for the Cubs. Aramis Ramirez will stay in the game after pinch hitting. He will play third base. Giovanni Soto will remain in the game and catch. And the new pitcher for the Cubs is left-hander James Russell.
James Russell, whose father was a big leaguer and has made an impact here with the Cubs. Opponent's VA at 276, a little high for his liking.
Josh Tolley leads it off. Lefty against lefty, good breaking ball for his strike. Up the middle and into center field, a base hit to get it started. And Tolley is going to leave for a pinch runner. Chris Capuano, a pitcher, is coming on to run.
The rosters are expanded when you get to September with the 40-man roster eligibility. They still go to Chris Capuano.
And they had Valentino Pascucci on the on-deck circle. He was called back, so that would indicate that this is a bunting situation. Because Pascucci's a long ball hitter. There's Valentino.
A guy you were hoping to see. You were hoping all night to see Pascucci.
I want to hear that name by you guys pronounced all night long.
Valentino played for me in Japan. He's a 24-year-old, had a very nice year. He's a pitcher in college, still learning to hit, has very good power, has put up very good numbers in the minor leagues the last 4 years.
Here's Nikias. Squares to bunt, gets it down, and gets the job done. Didn't get it directly down onto the grass, but eventually got it down.
It's right distance, wrong height. Yeah. The problem with that is the runner has to make sure it's still going to drop when you see that angle off the bat. But the job is done, and the high fives are being issued.
And the pitcher is the runner who did get a pretty good jump. Pitch runner. But Capuano is tonight.
We had two candidates for the hero, Bobby, back when we were predicting.
That's what you said. This is one of them.
David Wright, Jose Reyes. And this one's not going to get a chance to swing the bat.
And he's not going to get an opportunity.
Unless he can reach it. He's right on the plate. Make a mistake.
You could flick it out there to right field.
There's ball 3.
I like when a hitter's ready to hit an intentional walk, because some pitchers do make mistakes, and it's just like batting practice.
When they're up there being very nonchalant, you don't have to go for the wide one. You can really just barely throw it outside because they're kind of in the back of the batter's box. The bat's on their shoulder, leaning back.
So Ruben Tejada will be the batter, but not before a pitching change, as Mike Quanti is on his way out to the mound. He wants the right-hander Ramon Ortiz on his way into the game. Bottom of the 10th, tied at 4. Gage Schulman, Bobby Valentine, Orel Hershiser, Pedro Gomez, and a Buster Olney with you here at Citi Field. The Mets have runners at first and second with one out. And the new pitcher for the Cubs is veteran right-hander Ramon Ortiz, who was a member of the Cubs rotation in the first half of the season, is now pitching out of the bullpen.
Ryan Dempster, Matt Garza, and then we'll see who else next year in the rotation.
And Andrew Kashner is pitching in relief right now for the Cubs and might work as a starter in the Arizona Fall League, a guy they have some very high hopes for.
See what happens with the Carlos Zambrano situation.
There's a guy the Mets have some high hopes for, Ruben Tejada. Capuano, the pinch runner, is out at second base, so the first pitch breaking ball is in for a strike to Tejada. He is 2 for 5 tonight. Capuano came on after Tolley got a base hit to begin the inning and took second on the sacrifice by Nikias, then the intentional walk to Reyes. And here's Tejada. Lays off, a ball and a strike. Lucas Duda is on deck. David Wright behind him. Should it get that far one way or the other. The Mets left the bases loaded in the 9th. Left 2 men on in the 8th. They have left a dozen men on in the game. 1-2. Two and two.
You know, it's funny, Earl, but a lot of times in spring training, pitchers don't have much to do. So one of the things they have to do in their routines, go and run the bases, figure out what you're going to do when you get on. Chris Capuano's have been in a lot of spring training, and I don't think anybody ever taught him to take a secondary lead like this.
Ortiz knocks it down, picks it up, and fires to first to get the out. 2 down as the runners advance.
He had the old short steps going, getting his secondary lead. He's still getting his legs loose. And they're going to give your boy a chance and walk Lucas to get to David Wright. Let him be a hero just like you predicted.
I hope so.
Yeah.
They are.
Wow.
Surprised, I guess.
I'm a little surprised.
Bobby?
Well, you go to right arm right, and Wright's not right tonight.
Wait a minute. Start that sentence again.
See, right here, this is right arm left. See? So what they're going to do is go right arm right because Wright's not right tonight.
Okay. It's pretty late in the evening for you to be
it's the beginning of who's on like first. Where's Abbott and where's Costello? I thought we were doing Jekyll and Hyde tonight.
Kind of like that.
Four for 13 a lifetime against Ortiz. Right hit to a fielder's choice with 2 men on and nobody out in the 9th inning. He is 0 for 4 with a walk overall tonight. Well, on a night when the game began on September the 11th, it is now the 12th here in New York. If you were a Met fan and you had to pick one guy who would be fitting to win the game, this is probably the guy that most Met fans would pick. Bases loaded, 2 outs. David Wright trying to win it for the Mets right here. Right over the outside corner for a strike.
I expected him to take that pitch because he made the out the last time in the key situation on the first pitch. Hitters have a tendency to do the opposite after an out.
Pops it up in a shallow left center. And a basket catch made by LaHare running in to retire Wright as the Mets leave the bases loaded again. And we'll go to the 11th. Changes for the Mets as Mike Nikias stays in the game to catch, and we have yet another new pitcher for the Mets as right-hander Josh Stinson is into the game. He is not allowed to run in his first 5 major league appearances, covering a total of 6 1/3, split the season between AA and AAA before being a September call-up for the New York Mets, and he becomes the 7th pitcher of the night for the Mets.
Had a first career save, Dan. So he's used to pitching, and that was in the 12th inning. So he's had some pressure on him. They just haven't been unconsequential innings. I was told by our crack research staff that sinker, slider, and strike one's important.
We'll go with that. We'll give you an opportunity to refine that analysis as this inning continues, but we'll get that out there early so you can get in front of it.
I just went with that one.
When in doubt. Here's Marlon Byrd.
There's a slider. Forgot about the strike one.
After Byrd, it will be Lahair and Pena, the 2, 3, 4 hitters in the Cub lineup. There's your sinker.
Well, actually, he throws both fastballs, the 92 to 94, the sinker and the 4-seamer. He's got a curveball, slider, and a change.
Give some love to Dave Swanson, who does such a great job providing us with what all the pitchers have. Former minor league pitcher himself, now working on our crew.
And he does a great job interviewing all the pitching coaches and taking care of the stuff chart.
The stuff chart.
Yeah.
What kind of stuff this guy have? Fastball, slider, curveball, change.
2-seamer and 4-seamer.
Both fastballs. Yes. That's what stuff is.
Walked him on 4 pitches. Now Lahair comes up, 2 for 3. He's got a couple of doubles tonight. And in 5 plate appearances tonight, Lahair has seen 37 pitches.
Needs to stay away from the hard stuff on the inner half of the plate. He's got a pretty good swing for that pitch.
And to the mound goes Nikias to talk with Stinson. We are tied at 4 in the 11th inning between the Cubs and the Mets. And Mark Riggins may be looking for another pitcher going to the bottom half of this inning. What do the Mets have their chances the last couple of innings?
That's a if we score, it's this guy. If we don't score, it's this guy.
That's the phone call to the bullpen.
There might be 2 guys up in a minute.
Meanwhile, Stinson is yet to throw a strike. John Gobb, a September call-up, is up now for the Cubs. Good thing that both of these teams have deep bullpens and benches here in September. They have needed them.
Also might have been if we score, Ortiz is still in the game.
Into center field. Byrd will make the turn. Cubs on the corners with nobody out.
I really think the phone call to the bullpen was if we score, Marmol's got the save because they're trying to build his confidence back up. And if not, we have Ortiz to go. But first and third, no outs. This is an excellent opportunity.
So first and third, nobody out. Dan Worthen to the mound. Carlos Pena will be the batter. The Cubs are hitless in their last 9 at-bats in this game with the runners in scoring position. Monday Night Football returns to ESPN tomorrow night or later on tonight if you're in the East. 2 games beginning at 7 Eastern time. The Patriots begin their season in Miami, where they will take on Brandon Marshall and the Dolphins. And then at 10:15 Eastern time, Darren McFadden leads the Raiders against Kyle Orton and the Broncos. Monday Night Football on ESPN. Here's Sunday Night Baseball tied at 4, top of the 11th. The Cubs are threatening. First and third, nobody out. And Carlos Pena is the batter. He is 2 for 4 with a walk. 2 hits, a double, and a triple.
The infield's in, Dan. Cut the run down even with no outs.
Well, the infield's in because they can't give up the leading run. The tricky play here is if they're not going, whether or not they can turn 2. So if the runner on third holds on a hard hit ball, whether or not the infield from the infield in position and this dead pull position with Reyes on the first base side of second base, whether or not they have an opportunity of turning 2. It's not a play that's practiced in spring training, I could guarantee you. So there's really no reason for the runner on third to go on a ground ball. Normally with men on first and third, the runner will go to stay out of a double play so that they get 1 out at home and they don't turn 2. Here, I think the runner's going to stay at third because they have no chance of turning a double play.
What about tagging the runner?
That's one way.
That's about it.
And a strike. And you can hear the reaction from the fans here in New York. That's the 10th pitch thrown by Stinson, just the second strike, and the first one he threw was hit into center field for a base hit. Into left center, a base hit. Bird will score to second. LaHare, RBI single for Pena, and the Cubs take the lead. A walk and a couple of singles off Stinson here in the 11th inning, and the Cubs have a 5-4 lead. Still nobody out. And Pena's big night continues now. 3 for 5 with a couple of RBIs. Bobby, he hit him where they ain't. They had Reyes on the first base side of the bag, and Pena lined it right about where, might have been over Reyes' head, but he lined it right about where Reyes would have been standing.
He was standing there for a couple seconds, and then he moved over to the first base side of the bag. If Pena did that more often, he hit for a much higher average.
Now Colvin.
Really difficult to hit for a high average when you use only half of the field.
Colvin's had a good night. He's driven in 3 runs tonight for the Cubs.
Soriano's getting his helmet ready to get on deck because we need a pinch hitter. Cubs, that is.
Pitcher spot due up next. And there's Carlos Marmol, the Cubs closer, up in the bullpen.
He's fun to watch. Cardiac closer, that's for sure. But he's got some amazing stuff.
Ball 3. This has been a tough outing for Stinson.
Right at the moment of truth, he's kind of pulling out of the pitch. It's not that the velocity's down, it's the location. It's just barely off the outside corner of these left-handed hitters because he just doesn't have a lot of commitment right at the moment of truth with his body.
Just gave up the first run. He's given up as a big leaguer. This is his 6th major league appearance. He walks another. So walk, single, single walk, and Terry Collins will make the move. Ryota Igarashi on his way to the game to try to minimize the damage. The Cubs have the lead. of the night is right-hander Ryota Igarashi. We are in the top of the 11th inning. The Cubs have taken the lead 5-4, and they've got the bases loaded with nobody out against Igarashi. Gave up a run on a couple of hits yesterday, or Saturday, if you will, in the middle game of this 3-game series, making his 39th appearance of the season.
He's looking to keep the ball down. The infield will probably be in because with no outs, they want to get the runner at home. And they will look for a ground ball. Soriano, a good low ball hitter. We come up the ladder to him late in the strike. In the count, once you get a 2-strike count, if you can get there.
Now, Soriano was a young Yankee back in 2001. We talked about him a lot earlier in the telecast. Hit a big home run in Game 7 of that World Series in 2001 in Arizona. A run that looked like it might be enough to give the Yankees the World Series championship, but the Diamondbacks would rally and win it. LaHare is the runner at third. Pena is at second. He's got the big hit this inning, and Colvin is at first. Nobody out, and here's Soriano. A little bit high.
You mentioned the Yankees initially had him. Actually, he was signed by the Hiroshima Carp in Japan as a 16-year-old. He went into their training camp in the Dominican Republic, went to play in the minor leagues in Japan, and then found the loophole in his contract.
Rips the ball toward the left field corner. Fair. LaHare is in. Pena is in. Colvin stops at third. Soriano glides into second with a 2-run double. 7-4 Cubs.
So Igarashi throws him a pitch up and in. He's able to keep it fair because he has such an electric lower half of his body. So his leg comes up, and as his hands go up and he swings up, clears everything in order to get off his backside and keep that ball fair. If you don't get firm on the front side and turn so your hip opens, you'll hit that ball foul.
Darwin Barney is the batter. Second and third, nobody out. 3 runs in. Infield in for the Mets. A little bit low. A ball and a strike on Barney, who is 2 for 5 tonight.
It's just about time for another call to the bullpen, Earl. Tell Marmol if they score more than 3 runs, you're not in the game. And with these high sliders and high fastballs, it looks like there's a good chance of them scoring more than 3 runs.
The 2-1. At the knees for a strike. 2-2 on Barney. John Grable, the left-hander, was joined Marmol in the Cubs pen. The inning began with Marlon Byrd walking. He took third on a base hit by LaHare. Carlos Pena with an RBI single. And a Colvin a walk, loaded the bases. Then a 2-run pinch hit double by Alfonso Soriano. It is 7-4 Cubs. Looking for more in the top of the 11th. Colvin at third, Soriano at second. John Anderson, Linda Cohn standing by to bring you Sports Center as soon as this one is done. A look at the first day of action in the NFL. Busy Sunday around Major League Baseball. All the ceremonies marking September the 11th and the women's final in the U.S. Open here in New York as well. Just off the outside corner, a full count. Good eye by Barney. Dale Thayer is up in the Mets pen, just in case. Whoa, whoa. Wow. Risking life and limb for a baseball. Into left center field, and 2 more runs will come in to score. Barney with his 3rd hit of the night. It is 9-4 Cubs.
Not a real quality pitch, but a quality swing on a high ball. Once again, Barney's getting hits tonight on these pitches that are up and hitting him off the end of the bat just a little as his bat bent as he hit this ball. Didn't really get off that back foot the way he'd like to, but he was able to drive it into left center field for a 2 RBI double.
A 5-run inning and still nobody out. Second at bat of the night for Aramis Ramirez. Swing and a miss, and it's a ball and a strike on Ramirez, who, as we mentioned, he's one of the decisions for the Cubs in the offseason. They're locked into Soriano for a while, but Ramirez is up unless they decide to pick up the $16 million option. One of the things that the as yet to be determined new general manager of the Cubs will have to figure out in the offseason. It's going to be one of the big stories once we get into October, possibly November. Who will the general manager of the Cubs be?
They will probably name him in the first week or 2 after the World Series.
A lot of names have come up. Andrew Friedman, the GM of the Rays, Billy Beane with Oakland, among others. Let's go down to Pedro Gomez with more.
You know, guys, you're talking about the offseason with the Cubs' decision to get a general manager. A year ago, if you remember, a little over a year ago, the Arizona Diamondbacks had fired their general manager, Josh Burns, and they had hired Kevin Towers with still about 6 or 7 weeks left in the season. And what it did is it allowed Towers to fully evaluate the Diamondbacks over that 7-week period, and he was able to make some decisions based on that over the winter, one of which was trading Mark Reynolds to Baltimore, a trade that netted them Daniel Hernandez, the great setup man they've had this year, who's made a tremendous difference for them. So one of the pluses of hiring a GM in the middle of the season as opposed to what the Cubs are doing, which is waiting until the offseason. Guys?
And it sure seems to be a job that is still coveted around Major League Baseball, even though the Cubs have struggled with the payroll they've got. And we'll see who the Cubs decide to hire to be their GM. We have another pitching change coming here at Citi Field. Dale Thayer is on his way in to become the 9th pitcher of the night for the Mets. A beautiful shot as you look past Lady Liberty toward lower Manhattan. You can see the tribute in light on the side of the World Trade Center complex. On a game that began on September the 11th. We are well into September the 12th here locally as we are playing in the 11th inning, a 9-4 lead. The Cubs have scored 5 runs here in the 11th inning. Have a runner at third with a 1 out. The infield is in. And the batter is Giovanni Soto. Dale Thayer, the 9th pitcher of the night for the Mets, was the closer at AAA Buffalo for most of the season, 21 saves. Can you have a Bronx cheer in Queens? They're just happy to see a strike thrown. This has been an ugly inning for Met relievers.
Well, you mentioned it a few times, Dan, that the Mets had their opportunities and they squandered them. When that happens, the other team usually takes advantage. Eventually, anyway, and the Cubs are doing it now in the 11th.
At the knees, 2-2. You saw a shot at David Wright. He was up with the bases loaded, 2 outs in the bottom of the 10th, and hit a fly ball to left field. He was up with 2 on and nobody out in the bottom of the 9th and grounded into a fielder's choice. So he had 2 great opportunities. Could not come through. Fly ball to left center. Pagan will make the catch, but plenty deep enough for Barney to come in and score on the sac fly. It is 10-4. So 2 outs, nobody on. A 6-run inning now for the Cubs, and that'll bring up Starlin Castro for the 7th time tonight. Castro is 1 for 6, extending his hitting streak to 12 games. And a foul back. It's 0-2. Don't forget a doubleheader of Major League action that comes your way Wednesday night on ESPN. Cleveland at Texas, followed by the Yankees at Seattle. Some hardy souls here have stuck it out for more than 4.5 hours on what began as a very emotional night, 10-year anniversary of 9/11. Cub fans are still having fun. Let's go down to Pedro.
You know, a bunch of the Cubs are in the dugout asking me where they can grab a quick breakfast in Cincinnati at 6 a.m. because that's where they're headed from here. So, Bobby, Oral, any suggestions? I mentioned Cincinnati Skyline Chili.
They would be happy to tell you about breakfast in Cincinnati if they weren't having a midnight snack here in New York right now. Inning over. To the bottom of the 11th. 10-4 Cubs. We appreciate you sticking with us, gang. We're into the bottom of the 11th. And barring a complete collapse here, the Cubs are going to win this game. They just got 6 in the top of the 11th. Cub fans have done a better job sticking it out until the bitter end here. Lou Montañez takes over in left field for Brian LaHare. And the new pitcher for the Cubs is left-hander John Graybo.
Not a safe situation, but 55 games. He's worked an awful lot this year. Somebody that should be part of the Cubs bullpen next year.
Angel Pagan will lead it off. The Mets, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, have left a ton of men on base tonight. 15 through 10 innings. They left the bases loaded 3 times, including in the 9th and the 10th. And Pagan lifts a lazy fly ball to left. An early play for Montañez, 1 down.
If you're still here, you love baseball. Absolutely love baseball.
Or you don't have a home.
Good for them. Good for them for staying.
God bless them.
Here is Josh Satin. September call-up.
We just had a look at 2 of my passes. They're still here.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And
good for them.
So we can't even say they got their money's worth. They got it for free.
Are you driving them home?
No.
0-2. And a base hit. Second major league hit for Satin. 2 for 6 in his career. So 1 out base hit here in the bottom of the 11th, down by 6, but you got to start somewhere. Met fans still holding out hope as Jason Pridey comes up. Bobby, I don't want to get you overly excited, but your guy Pascucci's out in the on-deck circle again.
Valentino Pascucci. I don't like him because he's Italian.
I like him because I'm Italian, you would say. And where did you learn that? Tommy might still be up listening.
I would only hope that Tommy Lasorda is still up listening.
And we should wish him well with all of his health things.
Oh, he's doing great. He looked great. I was out with him last week.
Good.
Wow.
Crushed to deep right field. Will it stay fair? Yes, it will. A long 2-run home run for Jason Pridey. 10-6.
That's some serious power right there.
I didn't know Pridey had that kind of power. That's a fastball in that he hits into the middle of the upper deck. Very few people have gone up there.
Yeah.
And that pitch runs in, and you just are turning and swinging. You hit it into the upper deck.
That's a long way.
Now Pascucci. Played for you in Japan?
Yeah, I played in Japan, had a nice little season there. Was still learning to be a baseball player when he got there.
He was an Expo for 32 games back in 2004. Now some power. Has hit as many as 34 home runs in a season in the minor leagues. 6'6", 268.
And like I said, he was a pitcher in college, and he does have power. He can really hit the low ball. He hits them high. He has power to all fields, but in particular to center field.
Swings over top of the changeup, and the count is 1-2. Played for Italy in both World Baseball Classics. Vespucci has, as he chases away, and he's gone. 2 down.
I didn't teach him to hit that one.
So down to their final out. The Mets trailing 10-6 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 11th. It'll be Nikias. We hope you'll join us again for our final Sunday night telecast of the season 1 week from tonight. The 18th of September, we will have the Cardinals, who are still in the hunt, just 4.5 out of a playoff spot in Philadelphia. And the Cubs will win it. They get 6 in the top of the 11th, give up a couple in the bottom half, but Carlos Pena and the Cubs all smiles as they beat the Mets 10-6 in 11 innings here at Citi Field. Tonight's Chevrolet player of the game is Carlos Pena, 3 for 5, a couple of RBIs, and just a home run shy of the cycle. A big night for Pena. The final score from Citi Field: the Cubs 10 and the Mets 6. Sports Center is coming up next here on